Hello everyone, happy Saturday, or whenever you're watching this. Today I want to welcome you to the first chapter of What If Naruto Became a Seal Master and Fell in Love with Hinata? As always, show this video lots of love in the form of likes, comments, and subscriptions, and I'll bring you part 2 as soon as possible. Now then, enjoy.
Chapter 1, Just in Case, April 29th. I'm going to be a father, Minato whispered to himself while lying in his comfortable bed beside his beautiful red-headed wife, Uzumaki Kushina. He hadn't been able to get the phrase out of his mind ever since Kushina broke the news a few months ago. He would often repeat the phrase to himself everywhere he went. I'm going to be a father. He could already imagine it, playing with his own son, dining the three of them as a family, and seeing his child grow up to be the best of Kushina and him. I wonder who Naruto will resemble more? His son's name brought a stupid grin to his face, the same grin that had taken a week to wear off when he and Kushina became a couple. He remembered when Kushina told him the name she wanted to choose. They had just finished reading Jiraiya's Tales of a Gutsy Ninja when she suggested the name. At first, he laughed out loud, saying only Kushina would name her son after a ramen topping. But his laughter died as soon as he saw an all-but-sweet smile on his wife's face with her red locks flowing menacingly like 9 red tails. Naruto means maelstrom, not as in Narutomaki, and I hope our child grows up to be like the character in Jiraiya-sama's book. Someone who has the determination never to give up, said Kushina after Minato stopped laughing. Minato had spent the next few days trying not to laugh at his wife. In truth, he agreed that it was a great name. He could see that after the initial hilarity of the suggestion wore off just enough for him to think about it. Kushina did have a point. He would like for his son to know the meaning of hard work. Every shinobi had to work hard no matter how talented they were. In fact, Minato believed that the more talented you are, the harder you should work. On one hand, being talented meant that you could become strong enough to protect what you hold dear and achieve your dreams, but on the other, in the shinobi world, being talented meant attracting interest from inside and outside your village. Talented shinobi are often thrown into the fire far quicker than less talented ones. They are expected to succeed at their mission regardless of whether they are ready. They were pushed farther into the pool's deep end if they succeeded. If the shinobi didn't die during this process, they would start gaining a reputation outside their village, which meant a target on their back and a bounty on their head. If said shinobi decided to rest on his laurels and not push himself to higher heights, an early death was the only thing awaiting him. He had seen this happen frequently during his career, promising shinobi dying far quicker than they should because they were served more than they could chew. Minato was even a little guilty of this with his last living student, Kakashi. He thought and sighed. He had been giving almost as much thought to his young Anbu as his yet-to-be-born son. Maybe being a father wouldn't be so different from being a sensei. I guess Kakashi could use a younger brother. He has barely left Kushina since I assigned him to guard her. He even stays after hours, thought Minato with a smile. After all, they were the only resemblance of a family I had before marrying Kushina. But Rin and Obito are dead, and Kakashi's mental health was reaching new lows before I assigned him to guard Kushina. A shiver as one as he had never felt made his way through his spine, and suddenly, a bone-shearing fear gripped him, and his breath became ragged and shallow. What if something happens to Naruto? What if I'm not fast? Minato's train of thought broke off as Kushina cuddled into him. Everything will be fine. Tomorrow, Jiraiya-sensei will come, and we will talk to him about how he is the godfather. Everything will be fine. And Minato drifted off to sleep. April 30th. That was all Jiraiya could say while blinking several times. Minato only smiled at him and said, Yeah, Kushina, and I liked it. I think this story is wonderful. Really. Every chapter reads like one of all the stories of the adventures you used to tell me when I was a genin. It's almost autobiographical, explained the blonde with a soft smile while he reminisced about the past. Yeah, that's all well and good, but it didn't even sell, said a dejected Jiraiya before his trademark, perverted grin appeared on his face. I think I'll include some spicy moments to boost interest for my next one. Minato paid no mind to his sensei pervertedness and said softly, The main character in here was pretty awesome. He is actually quite a lot like you, sensei. You think so? Jiraiya scratched the back of his head, suddenly embarrassed by the compliment from his star pupil. So, I was thinking, stated Minato, slightly embarrassed. I hope my soon-to-be-born child can become an amazing shinobi, just like the main character in your book. That's why I would like to ask your permission to name my son after him. Jiraiya couldn't speak. He was gobsmacked at the unaccepted request. At that moment, Kushina, clearly pregnant, came out of the kitchen and put a hand on Minato's shoulder. At the same time, the other hand tenderly caressed her belly. I think it is a wonderful name. Kushina gave him a small smile. Jiraiya broke into laughter. I should have known it was your idea. I randomly came up with it while eating ramen. It's hilarious naming your son after Ramen. Jiraiya never finished the sentence as he saw Kushina's hair floating menacingly. Naruto means maelstrom, doesn't it, Jiraiya-sama? Said the Uzumaki in a sweet voice that dared the Sannin fuck around and find out. Jiraiya laughed nervously. Are you sure about this? Kushina nodded while Minato said, You are my sensei. You are a ninja who possesses true skill. There is no one else in the whole world I would rather choose. Jiraiya could only smile at the words. Kushina clapped happily, but her smile faltered as a frown developed on her face. I just wish Tsunade was in the village so I could share the news with her, Kushina sighed. Do you have any idea where she is or how she is doing? She asked, hoping. The white-haired man shook his head. None at all. I'm sure being with Dan's niece is helping her. Well, at least I hope it is. As for where she is, I couldn't tell you. I could find her if I ask around some gambling houses, Jiraiya said and snorted. I imagine there are a lot of them complaining about not receiving their money by now. It's just a matter of following the trail. What about it, Minato? You are the one with the hat now. Should you check up on her? No, Minato answered. Tsunade is Sandaime-sama's student, and he decided to let her leave the village. How long she will be allowed out of the village should be his decision, not mine. After that, they ate and chatted amicably until they heard a knock on the door. Minato stood to answer the knock, only to find out it was his predecessor to the title of Hokage. Sandaime-sama! Exclaimed Minato in surprise. Good evening, Minato. I'm sorry to intrude into your home this late in the day. Still, I have matters to discuss with you and Kushina. Oh, okay. Come on in, Minato said, a little surprised, and opened the door further to let the older man enter his home. Is that you, old monkey? Called Jiraiya. Jiraiya? Hiruzen asked, a pleasant smile appearing on his face when he saw one of his students. This is the most opportune time. Guess what? They are going to name the kid after one of my books, said Jiraiya with a goofy smile that perfectly reflected his happiness at the moment. Hiruzen chuckled. Congratulations, Jiraiya, Hiruzen said and sat at the table. He exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes before asking Kushina about how her pregnancy was going. After hearing out Kushina for a few minutes, Hiruzen was ready to say what he had come for. Minato, Kushina, there is something I must explain to you about giving birth. It happened to Mito-sama. As you know, she was also a Jinchuriki. During her labor, the nine-tailed seal was nearly broken. A pin dropping would have been heard by everyone in the room if Minato closed his eyes. I knew something was not right. Ever since I told him that Kushina and I were going to be parents, I knew there was something he wasn't telling me. Minato took an almost imperceptible breath, steeled his nerves, and turned to grab his wife's hand. Everything is going to be fine, Kushina, said Minato with a smile. I know, answered the redhead with a smile of her own. Kushina, I'm sorry, but as a precautionary measure, we have to ask you to deliver the child somewhere away from the village, inside a barrier. The ANBU will protect you, and I'll also send my wife, Bawako, to help you deliver your child. The pregnant Uzumaki tightened her grip on her husband. Naruto, our son's name is Naruto. Saying his name aloud diminished her rapidly increasing nerves ever so slightly. Hiruzen gave a small but warm smile and nodded. Shortly after, the Sandaime excused himself and was soon followed by Kushina, who claimed she was slightly nauseous. As Kushina made her way to the bedroom, she repeated the exact phrase repeatedly in her mind. Everything is going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. Everything is going to be fine. As she repeated the phrase, a plan began forming in her mind. Everything will be fine. And I don't want to add to Minato's plate with the silly worries of a pregnant wife, but just in case. While Kushina went to lie down, Minato and Jiraiya sat quietly under dreadful silence. After a while, the Toad Sage broke the silence. Everything will be fine, Minato. The Yondaime Hokage let out a huge sigh. I know, it's just… Could you be there the day of Naruto's birth? It's expected to be October 10th. Jiraiya gave him a small smile. Minato, you long since surpassed me as a seal master. Kushina's taught you seals in ways I can hardly understand, but if it makes you feel better, I'll see what barriers we can put up for security measures. As for your request, well, you know I have to keep tabs on my spy network. We may not be at war, but we have to keep a lookout for everything. IWA is still licking its wounds, but you know what resentment breeds. Kumo didn't come out as bad as IWA, but… well, you've met the new Raikage. It's better to keep an eye on him. Minato knew his sensei had a point. He was needed outside for now and deserved a break to clear his mind, but something in his gut screamed to throw logic out of the window and order his sensei to stay. Jiraiya stood up and headed for the door with Minato behind him. Seeing the distress in his student's cerulean eyes, he put a hand on his shoulder and squeezed slightly. Everything will be fine, Minato. I know, sensei, but… just in case, I promise I'll stop to meet the brat as soon as possible. I can already imagine all the fun we will have. I can picture very clearly what he will be like the first time we take to Mount Myaboku. I hope that kid doesn't get used to Kushina's cooking because he will be in for a hard time. As you can remember, teased Jiraiya to lift the somber mood of his star pupil. Minato's skin color turned slightly green in memory of exotic meals he had to eat while on the Toad's home. I'll see you soon, Minato, Jiraiya said as he got up from his seat. Minato nodded and got up as well before accompanying his sensei to the door. When they reached it, Jiraiya turned around, put a hand on his shoulder. Get rid of the long face. You will only worry Kushina if she sees you like that. Yeah, you're right, Minato admitted. Of course I am right. The sharp instincts of the great Jiraiya never fail to tell and predict the emotions of even the most fickle of ladies. Jiraiya boasted as he struck a pose that brought a smile to Minato's face. After that exchange, they said goodbye, and now Minato sat quietly on one of the couches in the living room and looked up to the roof. Worry started to creep up again in Minato's body, and he did the only thing he could think of. He decided to make a plan. I can let my worry show in front of Kushina. I know everything will be fine, but just in case. With that thought, he went to lie down next to his wife. May 1st, Kushina woke up late only to find that her husband was long gone. It seems that Minato woke up early and went to work, though Kushina as she stretched and swept the drowsiness of her mind. All right, I have to get started and return before Minato returns so he doesn't suspect anything. I need to visit the Uzumaki Tower. My old things are still there since I never moved them after she died and I moved out, Kushina thought as she got ready. After she finished her morning routine, she was about to leave when a thought occurred to her. She closed her eyes and concentrated. A few seconds later, a smile spread across her face. Kakashi, you have 5 seconds to come out or it will hurt. 5, 4, 3, 2. A small figure with silver hair, a dog mask, and a black coat appeared before her, kneeling. Kushina-sama? Said the ANBU member with an underlying tone of amusement. Kushina proceeded to smack the ANBU member in the head. Don't Kushina-sama me, and take your mask off when talking to me. She smirked as Kakashi tentatively removed his mask. I'm going to plan a surprise for Minato when Naruto is born. You can still follow me, but I'll need you to be a good boy and not spoil the fun. Okay? Kushina asked as she ruffled Kakashi's hair. Kushina had loved taking the mickey out of all of Minato's students, but she just went the extra mile with Kakashi. Someone had to remember that even though he was already a jonin, he was still young and shouldn't be so uptight and serious all the time. Kakashi did not attempt to avoid any of this by now. He had long learned his lesson about stopping Kushina, but he could never suppress the tick in his right eye. He just sighed and nodded. He respected his sensei as a shinobi and as man, but if he wasn't the one Kakashi feared between the two of them. As Kushina made his way to the now uninhabited tower, she started to think back to her childhood there. The tower had been a gift from Hashirama Senju to Mito Uzumaki after their marriage. It became a place of residence for every Uzumaki who visited Konoha. When you entered the building, you were greeted by a huge version of the Uzumaki clan crest in the middle of the floor and a spiral staircase that led up all the way to the rooftop, where you would get a beautiful view of the village and the Hokage monument. It had been where she lived ever since she became a Jinchuriki until she married Minato, and they had moved in together. Although it was a beautiful building that had been crafted to resemble Uzushio's architecture, she couldn't say that she ever felt at home there. It always felt more like a prison than anything else. As she entered the building, he couldn't help but remember a mixture of happy and bad memories, from spending time with Mito or studying Uzumaki Fuinjutsu with Minato for hours and hours to being locked up while everyone went on missions and fought in the war. It also made her remember Uzushio. Part of her wanted to go there and see what was left of her old home, but she didn't think she would have the strength to do it. She didn't want to alter the image of the beautiful island that had once been her home. Ever since the fall of Uzushio-gakure, most of the knowledge of the once great clan seemed to have died with the village. Most Chunin and Jonin now carried her clan crest on their backs without even knowing what it meant. She knew that her clan was almost extinct and, for all purposes, irrelevant. Still, part of her was bitter that they had left the memory of her clan to fade with time. Thankfully, now that Minato was Hokage, it will all be fixed shortly. She had put her foot down until Minato agreed to change the curriculum in the academy. It had been simple to convince him. She had only given him two options: comply or sleep on the couch. She had spent much of her free time planning what to teach about her clan before her pregnancy. She fondly remembered how she had used Kakashi as a test subject to cram him with every piece of information that would be taught in the academy. Kakashi kept his expressionless and bored face throughout her lessons. To anyone else, it would seem like Kakashi just went along as a favor to his sensei, but she knew better. Kakashi liked to learn new things as much as Minato. She took a deep breath as she entered the library. It was just like she remembered, just a little dustier. There were shelves and books everywhere you turned. Most of them had red covers that matched her hair, but a few ones were a gentle baby blue that had always reminded her of Minato's eyes. She smiled softly as she remembered the amount of hours the two of them had spent here. She shook her head after a few seconds. There is a reason I didn't come when planning what to teach about the clan. Too many memories. She took in a deep breath. I'll better do this quickly for my sake. Kushina went towards the sections that kept several books and scrolls about the clan's history, Fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. Some of these scrolls she had brought all those years ago when she first arrived from Uzushio. Mito was kind and gentle, but also very strict and prideful about being a Uzumaki. I won't let any Uzumaki smear the history of the great Uzumaki clan, Mito had told her. That was why Kushina was drilled into the ground with studies from a young age. At first, she had loathed her studies, but with time, she came to appreciate the beauty in knowing her clan's history. Not to mention that in her teenage years, it had allowed her to spend time with Minato. I understand, Mito-sama. Naruto will also grow to represent the clan and make us proud. She would be damned if Naruto wasn't proud of being a Uzumaki. Kushina bit her thumb hard enough to draw blood as she approached one of the bookshelves and let a drop of blood fall on the wood. Kanji started to crawl out of all the books and spread over the bookshelf and glowed red before they disappeared. After taking care of the security measures, she selected every scroll she had dimmed, important enough for Naruto to have. She divided them by Fuinjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and clan history. She ordered them according to their rank or, in the case of the clan's history, chronologically. She then took 4 larger scroll seals and proceeded to modify the matrix. She took a while to plan how to modify the storage seals, but she got an idea after brainstorming. It shouldn't be that hard, just a bit tricky and long. I guess no one really has a reason to develop such a seal yet and record the knowledge. Kushina started to work with some ink and a brush she had brought with her. After brainstorming how to go about this, she modified the sealing matrix and added some kanji to the scroll. What she wanted to create was essentially a layered progressional storage seal. The 4 scrolls were going to be stored in a larger sealing scroll. Inside the bigger scroll, 4 kanji would appear: history, fuinjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Once you entered the chakra into one of the kanji, the seal would release the current lowest-ranking scroll of the chosen subject. In the bigger scroll, questions would appear to test your knowledge on the scroll you took out. It took Kushina a couple of hours, but she had figured it out, and now she only had to add the question to the larger scroll. She would be doing this during the remaining months of her pregnancy. She put the storage seal on her bag, stood up, and stretched. Fuinjutsu sure is a wonderful thing, she said to herself. Kushina decided to go home before it was too late, but she passed by her old bedroom door before she left. She stared at the door for a moment before letting out a sigh and opening the door. She explored her old room for a while before finding a box filled with small red books. She smiled softly, grabbed one of the books, and opened it. My old journals. I stopped writing years ago, but maybe I should store them in another scroll for Naruto. She quickly followed with her line of thought and sealed her journals into another scroll. After that, she made her way home. Meanwhile, Minato was at one of his safe houses, reviewing several of his notes. At the beginning of their relationship, he and Kushina had bonded a little over their writing hobby. Kushina initially had only kept a journal to cope with her loneliness due to being an outsider. She stopped writing a couple of months after they began their relationship. Minato, on the other hand, never stopped writing. He had too many thoughts in one day not to write them and keep them stored for a later date. Today was precisely that date. Minato was looking at all the journals he had written through his years. The Rasengan and its multiple steps, as well as theories on combining with different elements, fuinjutsu, tactics, the Hiraishin with the improvements he had made and derived jutsu he created, daily thoughts, and his own fighting style. Minato's fighting style was certainly unique. He had always felt comfortable with kunai on his hand, and he never liked hand signs much. They took too much time to perform, and during then you were left vulnerable. He had killed many people while they were performing hand signs. That didn't mean that he didn't implement ninjutsu in his fighting style. Most shinobi essentially threw ninjutsu out the window the moment they grabbed a kunai. He wasn't like most shinobi. He wasn't Konoha no Kiroi Senko for nothing. His uncommon talent for one-handed hand signs, his fuinjutsu to implement seals with one hand, and the Rasengan allowed him to incorporate ninjutsu while fighting in close-range combat seamlessly. Minato collected all of his notes and organized them in terms of difficulty. Minato debated including his notes of the Nidame's Hiraishin and his improvements along with his other notes. He had been torn between passing his knowledge to Naruto and letting him be his own shinobi. After deliberating for a while, he concluded that he wanted Naruto to have all the tools to surpass him, but he wouldn't outright hand things to him. He had been thinking of a seal that would grant Naruto gradual access to his notes, the Hiraishin, of course, being the grand prize. Unknowingly, Minato created the exact same seal that Kushina had created down to the last brush, with the only exception that Minato didn't have anything regarding his family history. Minato inspected the seal and grinned. I think I call this seal the sequential learning progress tracking seal. Fuinjutsu sure is a wonderful thing. October 3rd. Minato sat in his office with the beautiful view of Konoha behind him. At the moment, the blonde Hokage was examining a particular piece of paperwork. Unlike most of his paperwork, which is usually handled by his shadow clones, he wanted to take this one personally. He had been thinking about it, but every time it came to his mind, the worry of somehow offending him came along. He sighed. I'm just bad at these things. I'm horrible at expressing my feelings. I know that I'm not a cold person. Quite the opposite. It's just how I'm even going to put it into words. Though Minato, as he examined the paper in his hands, Kushina had given him the last push to decide to go for it. He remembered yesterday with a smile. Flashback. Minato was peacefully eating the miso ramen with extra chasu he had picked up on his way home while Kushina ate her favorite salt ramen. Kushina observed her husband and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Finally, she found the right opportunity. You know, Minato, I have been thinking something lately. Her husband only nodded, signaling to continue. Before speaking, her eyes were twinkling with mischief. I think Naruto should have a brother, she said with the straightest face she could muster. Minato started to choke on his ramen for a few seconds until she took pity on him and passed him a glass of water. She remained dead serious and looked him straight in the eyes, causing him to avert his gaze. Already? I mean, Naruto has even been born. Shouldn't we wait, I don't know, a little? Said Minato with panic in his voice. Are you saying you don't want to make more babies with me, Namikaze? Kushina lifted an eyebrow, and her tone sounded more like a threat than a question. Minato turned, paled, and started to stutter. K Kushina TT, that wasn't what I meant. Kushina couldn't hold it anymore and burst out laughing. The blonde just stared at his wife for a couple of seconds before letting out a relieved sigh. Don't joke like that. Minato pouted. Well, I wasn't joking, at least not entirely. Now, the yellow flash was outright confused. Kushina decided to stop being cryptic, so she took a sheet of paper and passed it to her husband. Minato grabbed the paper and read it. His eyes widened as he read its contents, and then he looked up at his wife, his mouth hanging open. How did you? Because I know, Kushina answered simply. I know you have been thinking it for a while, and knowing you would have taken ages to do it. Minato gave her a sheepish smile and rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. He lowered his sight to the paper, and his smile widened further when he reread adoption form for Hokage Kakashi. After a couple of seconds, Minato frowned. I'm worried I might offend him. You know what he thinks of his father. Kushina gave him a tender smile. Minato, you know you want to give it to him. I'm sure Kakashi won't be offended. If he weren't so cold, he would be fanboying over you. You are the person he admires the most and has been there for him since he was, what? 8, 7. Minato corrected instinctively. Kushina smiled as she shook her head. Just don't take too long. Flashback ends. Minato was still reminiscing when he seldom heard a knock on the door, and he absent-mindedly answered to come in. He was still looking at the form in his hands until he heard Kakashi's voice. Minato jumped at the voice and fumbled with the paper. The paper fell out of his hands right beside Kakashi's feet. The young ANBU moved to grab the form that, thankfully, the paper landed face down, and Minato had to prove why it was claimed that he had unparalleled speed. After returning to his seat in less than the blink of an eye, he spoke rather nervously while rubbing the back of his head. Sorry, Kakashi, it's classified information. Yes, very classified. Kakashi blinked behind his mask at his sensei's odd behavior before shrugging it off as nervousness because of his son. Was there something you needed, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked after a few seconds had passed where Minato had been staring at him without saying a word. Right? Minato said before clearing his throat. Kakashi, as I have told you already, please address me as you always have. There is no need to be so formal with me. I called you in here to thank you for protecting Kushina. But Kushina-sama hasn't. Began Kakashi, imagining where this was going. Although it hadn't been the most exciting mission, he had to admit that he had enjoyed guarding Kushina during the pregnancy. The ANBU directly under the Sandaime will take over for now. Then will I be returning to my duties in ANBU? There is no need to be so hasty, Kakashi. Take a week or two off before you report back and resume your duties. Minato said, smiling. Kakashi nodded, bowed, and headed for the door. But Minato remembered something as he was about to open it. Kakashi, wait, yes. Kakashi asked as he turned back. Minato turned his gaze to the adoption form, feeling his mouth go dry. He couldn't get the words out. Ah, never mind. I'll tell you later. Kakashi nodded again and exited the office. When he was gone, Minato let out a sigh of frustration at not being able to talk with Kakashi about the adoption. He put the form back in his pocket and looked at the clock. Right, I should go and hide Naruto's scroll. And now I know just the place to hide it, he thought while smirking. Kushina let out a tired sigh. Walking all the way here has been a total pain in the ass with this belly, she thought as she went to where she had chosen to hide Naruto's scroll. Kushina entered a beautiful clearing with a small cascade. She smiled as she remembered when she and Minato would come here in their teenage years. Kushina would tell her mom that she and Minato would go out to train, and they would come in here and hang out. This was their place. In the later years of their relationship, they had even been a little cabin hidden away from everything when they wanted a little more privacy to practice their cardiovascular endurance. They had taken precautionary methods so no one but them could see their little cabin. They had put on a seal that worked as a powerful and constant genjutsu barrier that wouldn't affect either of them, thanks to the blood seals they had put in place. Usually, this type of seal only lasted for a few weeks at most, but given how powerful her chakra was, this one had lasted a while. Kushina entered the little cabin and took out the scroll she had prepared for her yet-to-be-born Naruto. She looked around the small cabin. It wasn't anything fancy, just a bed with a nightstand beside it and a closet. She smiled when she spotted a picture on the nightstand. It was a picture of both of them smiling together at a festival. She was so lost in the memories that she almost missed the flash of yellow hair that appeared in front of her. After a second, Kushina went wide-eyed as she stared at her husband's equally wide cerulean eyes. Minato, Kushina, what are you doing here? They both said at the same time. A couple of seconds of silence followed, in which neither could speak. Kushina recovered first and used her usual humor to divert attention from her. Are you sneaking around Minato? Said Kushina with narrowed eyes. To her happiness, she achieved what she had aimed for, which made Minato stutter due to the surprise. What? And no, of course not. Kushina's eyes remained narrowed, trying to keep the conversation off her. So, then what are you doing here? She asked with a fake tone of suspicion. Wait, what are you doing here? Asked the blonde back. Kushina had been expecting it, so she doubled her efforts. Don't play games with me, Minato. And what's that scroll on your hand? Minato blinked a couple of times when he realized he had Naruto's scroll in his left hand and quickly hid behind his back. And nothing. Just a scroll I took with me by accident from the office, said Minato in a hurry, and this time, the look of suspicion in Kushina's eyes was real. And why do you have a scroll with you? Kushina cursed under her breath. It's just something for Naruto. A gift I wanted to hide here. Minato blinked a couple of times before letting out a laugh. You too. Kushina waited for her to notice she wasn't laughing and pointed at the scroll in her husband's hands. So, you lied to me when you said you accidentally brought the scroll? Minato's laugh died instantly after hearing the question. He gulped and went pale as he scrambled to explain. It's not like that. Really? Kushina asked with a raised eyebrow, and to her surprise, Minato went from uncomfortable to slightly sad as his eyes lowered to the floor. It's just something I did for him. I know everything is going to be fine, but you did it just in case. Kushina finished for him in a soft voice. Minato looked up to see the sad smile she had. Neither moved in a long silence until Minato closed the distance between them and enveloped her in a tender hug. I'm scared. Minato, Kushina confessed, her voice carrying all the emotions of a worried mother. Minato felt a lump form in his throat as he heard his wife's vulnerable tone. He wished he could find the right combination of words to reassure her, but what could he say? There were no words that would calm down a mother who feared for the well-being of her child. That and Minato was also scared himself. He embraced her with his tall frame and long arms and transmitted the message he wanted to put into words. I won't let anyone harm a single one of Naruto's hair. Kushina lost track of how many minutes she spent in Minato's arms. She could have stayed like this until she had to give birth for all she cared. After the long hug, neither spoke as they took their scrolls and placed them in the nightstand cabinet. Once Minato placed his scroll after Kushina, he closed the cabinet, and they both sat on the bed. Softly, he grabbed Kushina's hand and caressed with love before planting a kiss in her hair. Kushina sighed comfortably, eyes closed, as she leaned her head on his shoulder. So, did you talk to Kakashi? Kushina felt Minato's body tense, and she got her answer. She was about to give her a piece of her mind when her husband spoke. Actually, I planned to put the form with the scroll. Since everything will be fine, we can come back for everything after Naruto's birthday and give it to Kakashi together. He finished with a smile. Kushina knew it was a lie but had to give him his due credit. It was the smoothest lie he had ever told, so she just nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Minato was mentally patting himself on the back. He stood up to open the cabinet and placed the adoption form next to the scroll. After that, hand in hand, both made their way out of their small cabin in silence. Chapter 2. The Day of the Tragedy. October 10th. Jiraiya threw himself into the bed of an inn and let out a tired sigh. Maybe I should look for a bar and some cuties to spend the night. A perverted grin graced Jiraiya's features, but it soon died down. I need to be in good condition tomorrow when I meet Naruto. It's going to be almost a day's journey to Konoha. I better not be late. He was giddy at the prospect of meeting Minato's son. I wonder who the brat will look like. If he turns out to be anything like Minato, he will help a ton in my research once he is old enough. And with a perverted smile, Jiraiya drifted off into a peaceful sleep. Kakashi was coming back from the cemetery after sharing the news with his deceased teammates. It was weird. Usually, being in the cemetery filled him with aching memories, but he was happier than he had been in a long time. He couldn't put into words other than he was feeling lighter. His nightmares about Rin were happening less frequently, and he thought he had more energy to train. I guess I'm doing better, he thought before his mind drifted to Kushina, Minato, and especially Naruto. He couldn't remember the last time he had been so excited about anything. If someone had told him one day he would be excited about something like the birth of a child, he would have called them idiots. However, now he couldn't wait to meet the baby who would soon come to the world. No one could tell due to his mask, but Kakashi had a soft and small smile as he walked the streets of Konoha. It hurts Databane. Kushina's screams filled the room where she was giving birth. Minato was supposed to keep Kushina's seal stable while she gave birth, but her screams of pain dug deep holes into his concentration, filled with worry for his wife. I've never seen Kushina in so much pain. Is she all right? Asked Minato with concern in his words. She is doing fine, a harsh voice answered. Just keep the QB inside her, and she will get the baby out, explained Biwako, Hiruzen Sarutobi's wife. Minto nodded and was about to regain focus when Kushina uttered another thundering scream of pain. Are you sure she is? Minato never finished his question because Biwako cut him off. You are the Yondaime Hokage. Act as such. She can handle the pain. Minato gulped and refocused on Kushina's seal. The struggle continued for a few minutes, which seemed to drag on forever, with Minato trying to keep the QB in his seal and Kushina trying to get Naruto out of her. After what felt like an eternity, everyone present heard the indistinguishable cry of a newborn baby. The sound was the most beautiful thing Minato had ever heard in his life. Slowly, he looked up to see a tiny figure wrapped in a blanket in Biwako's arms. Took him a second to sink in. That was his son. His son had just arrived to the world. He's born, he muttered as his eyes dampened. He closed them and let out a massive sigh of relief that had been in him for the last several months. He was born, and everything was fine. Minato thought as his eyes threatened to burst with tears of joy, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Biwako coming his way, carrying Naruto. He instinctively extended his arms and tried to take Naruto from her to hold him and tell him how much he loved him. To tell him he had loved him ever since Kushina told him she was pregnant, but he couldn't do so. As soon as Biwako saw his gesture, he glared at him and proceeded to scold him, saying Kushina had the right to hold him first. Kushina was still panting from the effort when she saw Biwako approaching with Naruto in her arms. Naruto, I finally get to see you. She was beyond exhausted and in serious pain, but it all went to the back of her mind as her eyes feasted on the tiny baby with pale blonde hair. The corner of her eyes started to drip with tears of joy as a lump of emotions appeared in her throat. You'll have more time in a couple of minutes, Kushina. I'm going to lay him down, okay? Biwako said gently, and Kushina could only nod. However, she was okay with that because no words could ever come close to expressing her happiness. Kushina, how are you feeling? She heard Minato's voice and saw him approaching to her side. He looked equally happy and worried. Happy, she answered weakly as she felt her cheeks wet with tears. So happy. Minato could only look affectionately into her violet eyes and say the first thing that came to his mind. Thank you, Kushina. Kushina smiled and merely stared into the eyes that had captivated her long ago. Okay, now I only have to tighten your seal completely, said Minato with determination as he broke eye contact. As he was about to begin, two screams of pain and surprise echoed through the room. Minato instantly turned to see Biwako, and her aide crumbled lifelessly into the ground, but he also saw him, a cloaked and masked figure holding his son. Yandame Hokage, step away from the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, your child will have only lived 1 minute. The masked man threatened in a cold voice and deep voice. It all went to shit after that. Minato had to save Naruto from blowing up by traveling into one of his safe houses with signature jutsu. After making sure that Naruto was unharmed, he went back for Kushina. He was just in time to rescue her from being crushed by Kyuubi. Even though he had saved her from dying at that moment, he knew he had only bought her a few more minutes of life. Even a Uzumaki wouldn't survive for long after having a Biju extracted. It was a testament to the Uzumaki's life force she hadn't died right after the extraction. Is Naruto? Is he safe? Asked a frail and feeble Kushina. Minato couldn't afford to be clouded by emotions at this point. Yeah, he is fine. He is in a safe place for now. Kushina nodded. Minato, that man, he is heading towards the village. He wants to destroy it with the Kyuubi. If possible, Minato's mood turned even more somber than before. Minato quickly teleported to the safe house where he had left Naruto in. He arrived and laid a dying Kushina next to his newborn child. Just stay with Naruto, Kushina. Kushina tried her hardest to pull herself closer to Naruto so she could embrace him in her last minutes of life. Seeing her dying wife lay peacefully beside Naruto filled his eyes with tears. Still, they were quickly replaced by the look that would send shinobi during the last war. He quickly gathered his vest, kunai, and cloak. He flashed into one of the backs towards the village. Minato landed on top of his own head in the Hokage monument and stared down the Kyuubi, thinking about how best to approach the situation. He was coming up with a plan when the Kyuubi turned to face him. So, you notice me already. The Kyuubi immediately started charging a Baijidama to aim it right where he stood. You won't get your way here, screamed Minato, performing 4 hand signs as the mass of pure chakra flew toward him. Hirashin, Dorai. Massive kanji appeared before the Kyuubi's attack as it swallowed the Baijidama. A couple of seconds later, an explosion was heard in the distance. Minato was about to do the hand sign to summon Gamabunta when he felt a presence behind him. He quickly turned to slash with his kunai but was surprised when he saw his arm go through the head of the masked man until it reached at his hand, and he held it in a vice grip. Minato's world began to spin as he felt himself being sucked into a spiral. Thinking quickly, he flashed to a kunai on the outskirts of the village. Minato landed harshly on the ground as he analyzed what had just happened. My attack missed, but he materialized and instantly tried to drag me in. What is that jutsu? As he finished that thought, a spiral formed as the masked man materialized from nothing. As Minato stared into a single hole on the right side of the mask, he saw a bright red eye with 3 tomo. I won't let you get away, announced the masked man. Minato stood up and kept analyzing his mysterious opponent. He can use a teleportation jutsu that rivals mine. He managed to outmaneuver the ANBU assigned by the Sandaime and slipped through a top-secret barrier without anyone noticing. He was also aware Kushina's seal would weaken during childbirth and managed to extract and control the Kyuubi. Furthermore, he successfully infiltrated Konoha without firing off the security barrier. I know of only one shinobi capable of this. Are you Uchiha Madara? Minato asked. But that's not really possible. He died a long time ago. The figure hummed and lowered the hood of his cloak. I wonder about that. It doesn't really matter who you are in the end. But why are you targeting Konoha? You could say I did it on a whim or that I planned it. That I did it to plant the seeds of war or peace. The man spoke cryptically as chains fell from the sleeves of his cloak. This man is even more dangerous than Kyuubi. I must deal with him right here before I can return to the village and help with Kyuubi. I'll have to trust that Sandaime can protect the village while I care for him. Though Minato as he sized up his enemy. You have no hope left, Yandame. As soon as the man finished the sentence, both rushed towards each other. Minato tried to slash at the man again, not hoping to damage him but to figure out more about his technique. As he had suspected, he went through his opponent's body as if it were just an illusion, right into the chains he had attached to himself. Minato quickly flashed toward a kunai a few meters away. I thought my physical attacks did not affect him, but he has to materialize to attack me. Namely, I can aim for him when we both try to strike, but there lies the risk. Considering how much time has passed since he summoned the QB into the village, it doesn't have much time. He wants to finish these as soon as possible, just like me. However, lands their next attack an instant quicker than the other will emerge victorious. Minato prepared to charge again. As both ran towards each other at blinding speeds, Minato threw his kunai towards the man's head, and just as he had hoped, it phased right through him. The milliseconds grew long as they approached each other, and Minato formed the biggest Rasengan he could with the available time. It seemed that Minato would be 1 picosecond too slow, as the mysterious man's hand would reach him first when he suddenly flashed to the kunai from earlier and slammed the Rasengan onto the man's back. That was my Hirashinanai no Dan. Flying Thunder God. Second step. You got me. I must say you are as fast as your nickname. I should have never let my Guer dash. Just before he finished that sentence, Minato flashed to the mark he had put on him and slammed a palm into his chest, with multiple kanji spreading as a result. With this, the QB no longer belongs to you, said Minato as he put his palm into the masked man's chest. Kyaku Fuin. Contract seal. After negating the control the man had over the QB, Minato moved to slash the man's throat, but the man disappeared and appeared a few meters away. I must hand it to you. You wounded and managed to break my control over the QB. However, the QB will eventually be mine. Sooner or later, I will rule this world, and there are many ways to go about it. And with the man disappeared into a spiraling vortex. That man is a threat to this world. Minato could feel his mark still on the man, but he had more important matters at the moment and made his way to the village. He appeared just as the QB was charging another Baijidama. Minato quickly summoned Gamabunta and crushed the QB before he could fire off the dense ball of chakra. Minato's thoughts returned to the masked man, and he knew what he had to do. Please forgive me, Kushina. Hold him down for a few seconds. Minato screamed at Gamabunta right before he started molding chakra. It didn't take him long to gather enough chakra, and as soon as he had appeared, he disappeared, but this time he had taken the QB with him. A panting Minato landed with an agonizing Kushina and Naruto in his arms. He had barely managed to dodge the explosion from the Baijidama, but he was exhausted at this point. However, he didn't have the luxury of taking a breather. I need to put a barrier up immediately, he managed between gasps of air. I can still do it, Minato, Kushina spoke, and without waiting for an answer, golden chakra chains sprouted from her back that noisily enraptured the QB and formed a dome around them. Due to all the noise, Naruto woke up and started crying. Did I wake you up, Naruto? I'm so sorry, asked Kushina with a tired smile. She turned to her husband. Minato, I will drag the QB down with me. We could delay its revival for a few years. I can save everyone with what the chakra I have left. She closed her eyes, not wanting her husband to see the sadness in her eyes. Thank you for everything you've done for me. At the words, Minato felt something shatter in his chest, and he finally let his emotions slip after everything that had happened. Kushina. He began his raw with emotion. It's because of you I gained the strength to become Hokage. You made me the man that I am today, and you made me Naruto's father, and I couldn't pro-dash. Minato, don't give me that look. Still giving him that closed-eye smile. I'm happy that you loved me, and today is Naruto's birthday. If nothing had happened today, I could only imagine how happy the three of us would have been as a family. My only regret is that I won't be alive to see Naruto grow up. There isn't anything else that I have ever wanted more. Minato took a deep breath as his chest continued to ache, and tears started to well up in his eyes. Kushina, you don't need to drag the QB with you. Preserve as much chakra as you can and mold it in 2 different parts. For a reunion with Naruto. Kushina's smile vanished, and her eyes snapped open as she turned to look at her husband. I'll seal all of our remaining chakra inside Naruto. 1/2 will be part of the Hack Fuin, 8 trigram seal. The other will be part of the Shinzui Fuin, Essence seal. And then I will take down the QB with me with the Shiki Fuin, Reaper Death seal. Minato dash. And one more thing. Minato cut Kushina off and readied himself to tell her his plan. He only hoped Kushina could understand how much pain this decision caused him. I will only seal half of the QB in me. Sealing all its chakra is impossible at this point, and it would also leave the village vulnerable without a Jinchuriki. I can't risk offsetting the balance of power between the Biju. I'll take down half of the QB's chakra and the rest. Minato took a deep breath, looked down at the son he was holding in his arms, and steeled his resolve. I'll seal it inside Naruto with a hack fuin. I know what you are about to say, Kushina, but today I learned two things. First, the masked man who attacked you today is a symbol of disaster, and second, the one who will stop him is our kid. I believe Naruto will open the future as Jinchuriki. I can't explain why, but I'm convinced of this. Minato, stop! Kushina called out as Minato placed Naruto on the ground with great care. Minato ignored her plea and started to make one of the last sets of hand signs he would ever perform. He brought his palms together in the last hand seal, and a spectral figure of a Shinigami appeared behind him. Kushina, let's put our faith in him. He is our son after all. I'll seal part of our chakra in the hack fuin and the rest in the Shinzui fuin. We will be able to meet him twice. Once when he attempts to control the Kyuubi's chakra and another when we feel he needs us the most. You have no idea. You don't even know the burden you are putting him under. He is our son Minato. Being a Jinchuriki is a curse. Do you know what would happen to me if I hadn't found you and a few friends? Also, why use the Shiki fuin? So that we can meet an older Naruto briefly when you could be there for him. You don't need to die. Kushina screamed with the few drops of strength she had left. I want you to stay by Naruto as he grows up and protect him. You are dying for what? To protect the balance of Biju between the nations? To give me a chance to meet him? For the village's sake? Why must Naruto be sacrificed? Why do you have to die? Kushina finished screaming as a stream of tears gushed out of her eyes with every question she asked. Because he is my son, I would gladly lay down my life for him. That's the job of a father. Minato's expression was a mix of sadness and determination. To forsake one's village is the same as forsaking one's child. That is what my title of Hokage means. Your homeland was destroyed, so you, of all people, should know why I'm doing this. We are shinobi's Kushina. We sacrifice and make the hard decisions so others can live peacefully and safely. Minato explained with unwavering determination before his tone softened. As his mother should know, I hate having to do this. And you are right. I don't know what being a Jinchuriki is like. But I know you do. That's why you need to be there for him. He will need you more than he needs me. Not just because you also wear a Jinchuriki, but because you are his mother. Have faith in him, Kushina. He is your son. Minato crouched down, picked up Naruto in his arms, and brought him close to his chest to hug him before placing him down again. He then looked up at Kushina, and their eyes clashed fiercely. They held each other's gaze until the spectral hand of the Shinigami tore through Minato's abdomen, went after the Kyuubi, and ripped its chakra in half. Fuin. Minato felt how the chakra that had been ripped out of the Kyuubi crashed into his body painfully. His whole body felt like it had been set on fire. I never thought its chakra to be so massive and dense. Ignoring his aching body, Minato didn't waste any more time and performed a set of handings before bringing his hand down onto the ground. There was a small puff of smoke, and an altar with 8 candles appeared. All that's left do is the hack fuin and the Shinzui fuin. Minato thought as he picked up Naruto and approached the altar to place him in the middle. Just as Minato laid Naruto down on the altar, he heard Kushina cough violently and rushed to her side. Kushina, are you all right? Before Kushina could manage a yes, the Kyuubi seized its opportunity and lunged toward Naruto with a deadly claw to kill him. Minato saw the Kyuubi's claw heading toward his son, and before his mind had time to register any fear, his body moved. I said it was my duty as a father to die for him. Minato got out in a pained voice as he realized Kushina had also jumped in the way of the claw and had used her body to shield Naruto. Since I'm his mother, I just couldn't stand and watch. Kushina managed to smile even though the claw of the Kyuubi had pierced entirely through her stomach. This will be the first time I'll give you the reason. I understand. I understand why you want to do this. Thank you, Kushina. Minato answered gratefully before wiping a trickle of blood from his mouth, performing a set of hand signs, and summoning the toad he needed. Kyubi, an orange and dark green toad, whose midsection looked like a spring, screamed as it realized its surroundings after being summoned. The toad quickly looked around and spotted Minato and Kushina's fatal condition. Yandame, what has happened? Giratora, I'm going to give you the key to the sealing formula. Go immediately to Jiraiya-sensei and store yourself in him, Minato said without wasting time. Giratora nodded and stretched himself, and its pelly unraveled like a scroll. Minato lifted his left hand and channeled chakra through it, and when he touched Jiratoga, multiple symbols and marks started to appear all over his unraveled midsection. You have my word. I will keep the key safe, Jiraka answered once the process was done, and he disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Minato let out a small sigh of relief. At least that was done and only the sealing remained, he said, and then he heard an ominous sound behind him, which he knew came from the spectral figure of the Shinigami who was growing impatient. Kushina, I don't have much time left, Minato said, and he realized he was weirdly at peace with that fact. I'm going to start the sealing process now. It will be some time before we see him again, so if you want to say anything to him, do it now. Kushina nodded. Naruto, we don't have so much time. I want you to know that we love you so much that it breaks our hearts to leave you. I'm sorry we won't be there every day. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry we won't be able to play with you, that I won't be there to spoil and scold you. I'm sorry I won't be able to see you smile or cry. Kushina was now sobbing. Naruto, I'm sorry. I didn't want to put such a heavy burden on your shoulders, but I have faith you can handle it. Be strong, Naruto. Know that we will always love you. Kushina continued sniffing hard until she realized something. I'm sorry, Minato. I used all of your time. Minato shook his head slightly as his eyes grew heavy with every second. I couldn't have said it better. The only thing I could tell Naruto is to listen to his mother after all. Minato then looked at his son for the last time, closed his eyes and said, Fuin, October 11th. Jiraiya was running as fast as he could towards Konoha. Jirtoga had appeared to him a few hours ago and woken him up. The toad quickly relayed the message that he was there to store himself in Jiraiya and keep the key for the hack Fuin. The words had served like a bucket of icy water and had wiped any sleep from his mind. Jiraiya didn't even give Giratora time to explain. He didn't need the details, and he didn't wait for Jiratoga to explain anything else. He knew something had gone terribly wrong, so he rushed out of the inn and towards Konoha. I should have listened to Minato. I should have been there. Jiraiya screamed inside his head as he ran. The journey that should have taken him around a day was almost done in a couple of hours. As he got closer to the village, he couldn't help but notice the signs of destruction, like uprooted trees and such. Jiraiya tried to ignore everything but couldn't help but feel his dread grow. He knew that in the best-case scenario, Kushina would have died, and Minato would have been injured, but he managed to contain the Kyubi and protect the village from major harm. The worst-case scenario, on the other hand, Jiraiya shook his head but couldn't get rid of the icy feeling in his stomach. The feeling only worsened as the village gates came into view, and Jiraiya started to slow down his pace. There were several houses destroyed, and a huge part of the walls surrounding the village had been reduced to rubble. As his eyes roamed the village, he spotted someone wearing a green vest and darted toward them. Where is Minato? Jiraiya screamed frantically at the unfamiliar Chunin as he shook him violently. Hokage-sama is... The Chunin never finished the sentence, so Jiraiya decided to change course and rush to the Hokage's office. Jiraiya's panic meter was now in overdrive. He entered the building without caring who shouted or tried to stop him. He blurted through the door, hoping no, praying to find his prized pupil behind the desk and not his old sensei. He was surprised to find neither of them present. His surprise was quickly replaced by confusion. He was about to leap out of the window to move to continue his search when he heard a voice that filled him with dread. The voice of one Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, said the man with exhaustion and sadness in his voice. The Sannin slowly turned to see his sensei in his full shinobi armor. He didn't say a word, or rather, he couldn't. There was only one reason why it was his sensei who was here and not his student. Hiruzen closed the door behind him and pointed towards the sofa in the corner of the room. "Take a seat, Jiraiya." Jiraiya nodded dumbly. He plopped onto the sofa, crossed his hands together, and stayed silent for a few seconds while waiting for his sensei to speak. "Where is Minato?" The Sannin finally asked the question he was so afraid of. Hiruzen kept silent for a minute until he finally let out a depressed sigh, and Jiraiya knew he would never see his students again. "I don't know exactly what happened. We are still trying to figure it out. But the Kyuubi broke from the seal and appeared in the middle of the village." Jiraiya sat in silence for a long time. "How? I don't know. Kushina was giving birth away from the village. We should have been able to see it coming." "Kushina?" asked hopefully the Sannin. Hiruzen just shook his head, answering his student's question. Jiraiya felt empty and numb. Never, even during the wars or when he lost students, had he felt so empty. What he had with Minato was special, beyond the common bond between master and student. He knew Jiraiya wasn't a fatherly figure, but he thought Minato was as good as his nephew. Suddenly the Sandaime got serious and a deep anger became visible on his withered face. "I suspect some sort of foul play present in this disaster." "Foul play?" "After everything was solved, I went to where Kushina was giving birth. I found Biwako and her assistant dead, as well as all the ANBU I had dispatched, but the place showed no signs of destruction. Someone assassinated them. I don't know how or why, but a third party was involved." "I'm sorry about Biwako," Jiraiya said quietly. Hiruzen nodded in appreciation, but his face remained sad. They sat in silence for a while. Hiruzen let Jiraiya process everything before overwhelming him with more information. After a few moments, Hiruzen spoke again. "Naruto is alive." Jiraiya's head snapped up in attention. He had forgotten entirely about Naruto. "He is safe and healthy." Hiruzen continued, but the words barely registered in Jiraiya's brain. Minato sealed the Kyuubi inside him. That got Jiraiya's attention. A part of him, the one with a very dark sense of humor, almost chuckled. His student was far too noble and loved the village too much. He wouldn't seal the beast in any other person if he weren't willing to do sacrifices himself. "I knew he had sealed it in someone. He sent a toad to me with the key to the seal. The toad is in Mount Mayabuko at the moment," Jiraiya informed Hiruzen in an empty voice. He remained silent for a few more seconds until he broke the silence. "Do you want me to check the seal?" Hiruzen frowned and raised a questioning eyebrow, but he nodded in acceptance. Jiraiya followed Hiruzen to the hospital to a private room heavily guarded by ANBU. When Jiraiya saw the baby, his breath hitched. He had previously hoped that Naruto resembled Minato, but now, seeing the clear likeness between father and son, it hurt. It hurt a lot. Jiraiya quickly went through the process of checking the seal. On another occasion, Jiraiya would have whistled and boasted about the sealing prowess of his student. But now he felt far too empty to even acknowledge beyond saying that the seal was stable. After the examination, Jiraiya and Hiruzen stood in silence while the Sannin kept trying to look anywhere but at the cradle where a sleeping Naruto lay. Hiruzen kept taking glances to gauge what Jiraiya was thinking. "So, Jiraiya, what are you going to do now?" "Huh?" was everything the sage could say. Hiruzen sighed, not really wanting to have this conversation with his student. "Jiraiya, you are the closest thing this kid has to a family." Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization. I can't take care of kid. Are you insane?" said Jiraiya a little too loud before catching himself. "I can't raise a kid. I mean, look at me. Would you have wanted me anywhere near Asuma, or could I?" Jiraiya asked and then laughed. What sort of person he would grow up to be. Can you imagine how that girl Tsunade took with her is doing? "I'm less fit to raise a kid than her, much less a baby." Hiruzen was tempted to express his disappointment but understood grief. It was true he had never thought of Jiraiya as a responsible figure outside of his duties, but he had hoped that maybe he could have put everything aside just for this kid's sake. Hiruzen turned to see the sleeping baby. "We can keep his status as a Jinchuriki a secret and try to give him the normal life of an orphan. Making his status public would only put him in danger and make him the center of all the grief and anger." October 14th. 3 days later, A crowd of shinobi could be found at the top of the Hokage's mansion with their heads bowed and eyes closed. All were paying their respects to the late Namikaze Minato and all other victims of the tragedy. Among all of the shinobi, no one fell more desolated and emptier than Hatake Kakashi. All the hours that had passed after he learned his sensei was dead were a total haze of pain. He had concentrated all his efforts on helping the village without stopping to eat or think. So, now that most of the emergency response was done and the village had reunited for a mass funeral, he was forced to stop moving and think about everything. Hollow, that's how Kakashi felt. His entire life had been marked by loss since he was young. But this one stung the most because it left him completely alone. When he finally was turning a new page, someone came and shut the book, forcing him to start from the beginning and relive the worst parts. No father, no team, no sensei. Nothing. The only thing he had left was all the pain and trauma their memories brought. Minato and Kushina, you both gave your lives to protect Konoha and its future. Kakashi heard the third Hokage speak in a solemn voice. You will have our eternal gratitude. The next hour was a complete blur for Kakashi as he stood still like a statue and kept his eye on the frame of Minato's picture, which rested on top of all the others. He thought that at one point, Genma had placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, and Guy had tried to give him a few words of consolation, but he couldn't be sure. It was as if the world didn't exist as he looked at the picture of a face he would never see live again. Kakashi. After hearing his name, Kakashi blinked and turned around to see the third Hokage standing behind him. Sandaime-sama, Kakashi answered automatically. Come with me. Hiruzen looked at him briefly before turning around and starting to walk. It wasn't an order, or at least Kakashi didn't think it sounded like one. It sounded more like a request than anything. He didn't want to hear any words of encouragement or solace. However, the look on Hokage's face gave him the sense that there would be none, so he followed. They silently walked down several stairs and through many corridors that Kakashi didn't recognize immediately until they arrived at a wooden door. Halfway through their journey, Kakashi's mind could guess where they were heading. As part of the ANBU, Kakashi had to learn the layout of all the important buildings in the village in case of emergency. However, although Kakashi guessed they were heading for the Hokage's residence, a room in the mansion was dedicated explicitly for the Hokage to live in should they choose to. Kakashi mentally wondered why they were heading there until they reached a wooden door. Hiruzen pushed it open and stepped inside. He followed and looked around the unfamiliar place. It was clear this was meant to be the living room. In the back of his mind, he acknowledged that the room would have been nice if it hadn't been thrashed. There were a ton of broken glass shards along the floor, as well as upside-down furniture. It looks like no place was completely safe, Kakashi thought as his eyes took in the wrecked room until a cry broke through the silence. The cry commanded all of Kakashi instantly. It was the unmistakable cry of a baby. He tracked the sound with his eyes until they landed on another wooden door. Go ahead, Kakashi. He heard the third Hokage say. His feet moved unconsciously as they followed the cries until he opened the door and entered another room. Between a bed and a desk, there was a cradle where the cries originated. Kakashi slowly walked up to the cradle until he was close enough to peer at its residence, and what he saw made him recoil as if he had been slapped. In the middle of the cradle, in between blankets, there was a blonde and whiskered baby crying relentlessly. And Naruto? He heard himself ask in shock. He had imagined that the baby had died along with his sensei and his wife, but now he was sure it wasn't the case. This had to be his sensei-son without a question. This had to be the baby Kushina had been carrying for all those months. This was the baby he had protected and was looking forward to meeting. He survived. Kakashi heard the Hokage's voice from behind him, but he kept his gaze locked on the crying baby. Minato managed to save him and sealed the Kyuubi inside him. Kakashi barely registered the words as his attention remained on the whiskered baby. Would you like to hold him? He heard the Hokage again, but his voice did command his attention this time, and he turned around to look at him with wide eyes. It was a simple question, but as he registered the words, Kakashi felt his body become rigid. The Hokage gave a small smile, walked up to the cradle, and extended his arms to pick up the baby. He held it in his arms carefully as he offered it to Kakashi. Hokage-sama, Kakashi tried to complain. But the Hokage wasn't taking no for an answer and held out his arms again. Kakashi had never been clumsy in his entire life. But the mere thought of holding his sensei's son made his body feel slow and full of worry about dropping him. Extremely reluctantly, Kakashi opened his arms to receive Naruto. As soon as the Hokage placed him in his arms and he looked down at the crying baby, Kakashi felt his whole body ache with an unknown pain. It was as if all the emotions he had been trying to ignore for the last couple of days suddenly came crashing down with a vengeance. He felt his whole body shake, and his arms felt like they were holding a mountain instead of a simple baby as his vision began to blur. In a span of a few seconds, he had gone from feeling normal to feeling faint, cold, feverish, and weak. The room around him started to spin as something threatened to crawl out of his throat. But even then, he made sure not to move his arms. "Kakashi, are you all right?" He barely registered the Hokage's voice. It sounded far away and unclear, but he still managed to loosen his grip on Naruto as he felt the Hokage try to remove him from his grip. As soon as Naruto was off his arms, Kakashi stumbled and leaned against the nearby desk for support. He took a couple of deep, steady breaths through his mask to try to calm himself, and he felt the world begin to come into focus. "Kakashi!" He heard the Hokage again, but his voice was much clearer this time. As he regained his composure, Kakashi could also feel a spark of anger ignite deep inside him. Why would he bring him here? Did he think holding a baby would suddenly take everything away? What an idiot, Kakashi thought before he straightened himself. "I'm fine, Hokage-sama." Kakashi tried to sound as monotone as he could in between irregular breaths. "If that's all, I will be going to help out in the reconstruction." The Hokage studied him with a sad gaze that did nothing but further annoy Kakashi. "Yes, you are dismissed." Kakashi bowed lightly and turned on his heel as he tried his best to ignore Naruto's cries. His neck wanted to turn and look back, but he maintained his rigid posture and walked out of the room without looking back. Chapter 3, Growing Up. For years old, I screwed him over. This was Kakashi's first thought when Hiruzen told him about his thoughts on how Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki leaked. Kakashi had been livid when the Hokage told him he suspected Danzo to be the one who had revealed Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. Of course, no one had ordered Danzo to do it, and a man as clever as him would never unknowingly reveal the information. This was premeditated. If Kakashi knew something about Danzo, it is that he didn't move without reason. Every action that man took had a cause and an objective. He couldn't figure out the objective yet. He could venture to guess this was a twisted plan that would end with having Naruto under his tutelage. However, he didn't have to guess about the reason. His latest escapade provoked the Scarred Man, which resulted in him losing Tenzo as a subordinate, and, in turn, he divulged Naruto's secret. He wasn't sure whether he had done it to get back to him, the Hokage, or both, but if he aimed to cause pain, Kakashi had to admit that Danzo had succeeded. The copy ninja had been trying to erase the knowledge of Naruto's parentage from his mind and let his work in the ANBU drown him whole. He tried to think of him as just another orphan kid out of several in the village or a Jinchuriki without a face, but he couldn't. The few times he had caught a glimpse of him had been enough to burn his face into his memory. He did have a face, a very recognizable face, that clawed at what remained of his heart. Kakashi was tired. He didn't want to go down this road again. He didn't want to be attached to anyone anymore. And that kid with spiky blonde hair, crystal blue eyes, and a streak of prankster seemed to call out him without speaking a word. But no, the voice in the back of his mind could scream as hard as it wanted, but he wouldn't budge. Or at least that was what he had planned until he returned to the village after a mission. He had been away from the village on a mission in Yuki no Kuni, guarding the princess of the land. On paper, the mission had been a success. The princess was safe. However, the ruling family had been killed and replaced, and Kakashi had to flee from the country with the young princess. At first, no one told him anything, but as he was changing in the locker room of the ANBU headquarters, he overheard two senior members of his team talking about how the identity of their Jinchuriki had leaked to the public. He had dropped everything then and rushed to speak to the Hokage to confirm if what he had heard was true, and indeed it was. Now Kakashi couldn't even think about his sensei without feeling deep shame and guilt as images of his sensei's son filled his mind. He had no pretenses about lying to himself. Naruto would have it rough from here on out. All the pain and anger the tragedy of Kyuubi had caused was still fresh in the villager's mind, and all those emotions had just found a target, and he was partially responsible for the bullseye that had been smudged on Naruto's back. Kakashi thought about everything that had transpired in the recent weeks as he headed towards the Hokage's office to deliver a scroll. The sun had long since disappeared into the horizon, and a layer of pure white snow now covered most of the streets and rooftops. As he jumped from rooftop to rooftop, he caught a lone and small figure walking among Konoha's freezing and desolate streets. Despite being ordered to deliver the scroll as soon as possible, Kakashi's feet refused to jump again after his eyes had caught a glimpse of blonde and orange. There he was, a small, shaking kid walking over the snow as he tried to tie a red scarf as red as his mother's hair. Kakashi observed the kid for a few seconds while the pain in his chest told him to run away. However, he did the opposite. He sighed deeply before jumping off the rooftop and landing in front of Naruto. The blonde kid jumped in surprise and landed on his butt as he stared at him with wide eyes that brimmed with curiousness and a bit of distrust. Trying not to make another sudden movement, Kakashi slowly lowered himself to one knee and offered his hand to the little kid. Naruto stared at him for a couple of seconds before he reached out with his tiny hand and grabbed Kakashi's hand. Even the slight contact seemed to melt away the winter cold in a scorching gale that burned his heart. Regardless, Kakashi pulled him to his feet and grabbed both ends of Naruto's scarf. Make sure both ends are the same size like this. Cross one end over the other and pull it through. Not too tight, not too loose either. Kakashi explained delicately and slowly as his hands followed his words and tied Naruto's scarf in a gentle knot. All the time, he kept his eyes on the red scarf, refusing to look into those blue eyes. When he finished tying the knot, he cleared a bit of snow from Naruto's shoulder and stood up. "You are not going to forget?" he asked. Naruto shook his head from side to side with wide eyes and a slightly open mouth. "Good. Don't stay out in the cold too long," Kakashi told him. Naruto nodded, and Kakashi was about to turn away from him when he felt something pulling at his winter coat. "What's your name?" Kakashi turned around, accidentally locked eyes with Naruto, and momentarily lost himself in a sea of memories. It was surreal how much he looked like his father at the moment. He felt another tug, which was a little more forceful this time. "My name is Yuzu Dash." He stopped mid-pronunciation as he struggled with the word. "Yuzu Mki." He got out the word properly this time and smiled brightly. "Uzumaki Naruto. My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "I know," Kakashi thought, his mouth feeling dry as he heard and watched the little blonde. He took a deep breath and steadied himself. "Nice to meet you, Naruto." Ano sa. Naruto spoke as he pulled on his cloak again. "What's your name?" Kakashi stared back at the little kid in silence for a while before answering. "Inu. My name is Inu." Naruto nodded to himself as if he were processing this information before his face lit up again with a brilliant smile. "Thank you, Inu." Kakashi nodded but was lost in the clear blue eyes that he vividly remembered his sensei had. He was so distracted he didn't notice when Naruto got close enough to hug his leg. It took him a moment to realize that Naruto was hugging him, and when he did, an invisible hand seemed to grab his throat in a tight vice. Kakashi's mind and body burned painfully with emotions and memories. He gently but firmly grabbed Naruto's arms and uncoiled them from his leg. "Goodbye," he told him quickly and jumped away from Naruto's line of sight. He landed on a nearby roof and took several steady deep breaths. "Goodbye, Inu." He heard Naruto's childish and bright voice carry from below, and his whole body began to shake. The tremble on his body had nothing to do with the freezing weather. He quickly removed his mask and wiped at his eyes with his forearm as he tried to steady his breathing. It took less than a minute before he managed to rein in his emotions and resume his way to the Hokage's office. As Kakashi headed toward the Hokage's office, Naruto walked in the direction of his apartment with a massive grin on his face. That little gesture of someone helping him made his day. He didn't understand much at this age, but he understood that people didn't like him for whatever reason. He understood that he wasn't like the kids with parents to hug them. Still, he didn't let those thoughts dampen his mood. Someone had helped him. Him. Of all people. This was the best day ever. Naruto thought happily. Hinata was running out of the funeral house. She didn't know why she felt it was her fault, but it felt like she had caused his cousin much pain. She couldn't stand seeing him trying to suppress his tears. It's all my fault, thought Hinata as she felt the beginning of tears forming in her pale lavender eyes. She was the heiress and shouldn't be seen crying, but she couldn't keep them away anymore. So when everybody was grieving, she ran away. She ran until no one was in sight, and when she couldn't run anymore, she collapsed in the middle of the street under a lamplight and started sobbing profoundly. She sobbed for a while until she heard a voice. "What are you doing?" asked the voice loudly. She was used to getting scolded by her father, but he would never raise his voice. She would have thought it felt horrible, but this voice was unique. It was loud and bright with no hint of disappointment or harshness. She raised her head to look at the owner of the voice, only to see a blonde kid about her age with a cream and orange jacket and a red scarf walking towards her. "What are you doing here?" asked the voice more softly. "If you keep crying, how am I supposed to find out?" He questioned her with a hint of humor. I. Hinata couldn't get the words out. The blonde just smiled softly at her. "Where is your house?" he asked as he continued to smile at her. Hinata could only shake her head in response, her sadness and shyness acting up. "Oh well, come on. We will find it. Let's go." As soon as he said that, he took her hand and guided her through the streets. She didn't know when or why, but she had stopped crying. Now, she was only focusing on the blonde's hand. She was entranced by how warm his hand felt despite the harsh winter Konoha was experiencing. They walked around for a while, and she found comfort in the warmth he exuded despite the freezing weather. Eventually, she could point him in directions until they arrived at the Hyuga compound. The smiling blonde stood in amazement at the huge structure. "Wow, you live in a house this big? And you are still crying." Hinata tuned to see him, and she saw her smile falter slightly. "I don't have anyone, but I never cry. Never," he finished with conviction. He then turned to give the happiest grin she had ever seen. "Ja-ni!" The blonde waved goodbye and sped off running. She then realized she had never asked him his name. "This is the best day ever." Naruto again as he ran as fast as his little legs would allow him. Maybe even. Naruto continued speeding towards his home with a smile, and when he reached his door, he opened it quickly. "Tadaima!" he said happily and loudly into the darkness of his apartment. His smile and excitement didn't drop instantly but slowly as the seconds passed, and no answer came back. He closed the door, walked to his room, and got into his bed. As he tried to slip, he couldn't stop the tears streaming down his cheeks. 5 years old. Naruto ran excitedly through the village's street as he jingled like a bell due to the money he had in his pocket with a single destination in mind, the store everyone had been talking about. It was nearing the end of August, and it was extremely hot. Even the little rain that fell every other day did little to lower the temperature. Due to the heat, everyone had started buying popsicles from a specific store on the village's west side. Naruto had seen a lot of people walking around with orange and blue popsicles that looked so delicious and refreshing. He had tried asking a few people he saw eating them, but they ignored or refused to tell him. Eventually, he changed tactics and started following people around until he found someone heading towards the store. Yesterday, he had finally managed to find the elusive store, but when he entered the store and grabbed the popsicles, the store clerk glared at him and asked him for the money. At that moment, Naruto realized he had forgotten his money at home, so he sheepishly told the store clerk he would return the next day with the money. Today, he was ready to eat as many of those popsicles as he could fit in his belly. In fact, he had decided to skip lunch to be able to eat as much as he wanted. "I'm going to get 9 orange popsicles." Naruto nodded excitedly as he turned a corner, and the store entered his sight. He stopped his movements and panted heavily as he put his hands on his knees. Running with heat is really tiring, he thought before wiping the sweat off his brow. His whole body was dripping with sweat, and the back of his shirt kept sticking to his back. But nothing could wipe the smile off his face as he imagined the taste of the popsicles he was about to buy. Naruto took a couple more deep breaths before getting his wind back and running again. He heard the pleasant chime of a bell as he pushed the door open in a rush but almost crashed into someone. "Hey! Watch it, brat!" The man who he nearly crashed into screamed. Naruto turned around and stuck his tongue out to the man before he resumed his path toward the clerk's desk. When he arrived at the desk, Naruto quickly reached into his pocket, got all his money, got on his tiptoes to reach the desk, and dropped everything he had. "I'm back, old man," Naruto said cheerfully. "I want 9 orange popsicles." The store clerk was a fair-skinned man in his 50s trying to hold on to every hair he could, which wasn't much. The man glared at Naruto and mumbled something he thought sounded like "not him again" before counting the money. "Well," he said after he finished counting, "I'm not gonna go get them for you. I'm not a waiter." "A what now?" Naruto asked curiously, but the man only glared at him some more. The man rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Go grab your own damn popsicles." "Oh, okay," Naruto replied and quickly left the desk to head back to the back of the store, where he knew the popsicles were. As he moved through the small aisle, he heard a few whispers and mumbles, which he often heard whenever he went, but he was too focused on grabbing his popsicles to care. He arrived at the small freezer where the popsicles were and pulled the door open. A refreshing cold breeze blew as he opened the door, which only served to duplicate his excitement. He carefully but rapidly rummaged through it to grab all the orange ones. When he was finished, his arms were full of orange wrapping papers that were cool to the touch. He happily walked back to the front of the store, careful not to drop any of the delicious cargo. Naruto snuck past a couple of people standing in front of the desk and placed all of his popsicles on the desk. "I got them, Databeo," Naruto said, and he was positively vibrating with excitement. "Don't you see they were here before you? Have you any manners? Wait for your turn, or get the hell out of my store," the man said harshly. Naruto scowled at the tone and turned back to the people he had snuck past. 2 adults held hands with a kid about his age in the middle. The woman stared at him briefly, and Naruto saw her eyes go incredibly wide. She then turned to the man beside her and whispered something in his ear. The man looked confused, but as the woman continued to whisper in his ear, his expression suddenly became severe. The man let go of the child's hand and walked past Naruto, slightly bumping into him, and placed a bag full of groceries on the desk. "Hey, what's your problem?" Naruto shouted at the man as he rubbed his shoulder, but he walked back to his child and wife, grabbed his hands and started pulling him out of the store. "I can't believe they let him in here." Naruto glared at the retreating family before he shrugged and turned back towards the clerk. But when he saw he had a fierce look in his eyes, Naruto cowered a little. "Can I get my popsicles?" The store clerk stared at him with a scowl for a few seconds before he schooled his features and gave him a weird smile. "Of course. Where is your money?" Naruto tilted his head to the side. "What do you mean? I left it in here when I went to get my popsicles." "You left it here? Oh my, you shouldn't have done that." "Why?" "Money flies away when you leave it unattended for too long, so you need to keep it in your pocket or wallet so it doesn't happen. It must have flown out the door when another customer opened it." Naruto's fell open as his eyes widened. "Money does that?" The clerk nodded seriously. "It does." Naruto scowled and ruffled his head in frustration. "That was all I had left. Better be careful next time. Now move along. I have people with money to attend to." Naruto sighed and tried but failed to keep the sour look on his face as he exited the store and started walking at a much slower pace this time. "I can't believe money flies away. Why didn't Jichan tell me about it? I came all the way out here for nothing. Now I got to walk back, and it is so far away," Naruto mentally complained as he made his way home. "I'm so hungry," Naruto thought miserably after his stomach let out a ravenous roar. He had been walking for nearly an hour, and judging by the part of the village he was in, he still needed to walk for another hour or so. He could run but had no reason to get to his apartment quickly. It would be empty with no one waiting for him as usual, and he didn't have any food anyway and was also tired. "I should have bought food instead of going that stupid popsicle. Jichan is not going to give more money until the end of the month. Maybe I could go to the woods and fish something, but I don't want to go at night. Naruto looked up to the sky. The sun was about to set, and a few sections of the sky were painted his favorite color. It looked awesome, but what worried him were the dark clouds that drifted in the sky. Sighing, Naruto changed directions and started heading towards the wood he often frequented. With any luck, it wouldn't rain. It didn't rain, it was more like it poured. He had been halfway to the wood when the meanest of storms decided to water the whole of Konoha. Seriously? What is going on? Naruto asked himself as he walked through the mostly empty street of Konoha, which was completely soaked to the bone. With every raindrop that hit his body, his mood only damped further. He was sure the day couldn't get any worse until a smell struck his sensitive nose. It was the most succulent smell he had ever smelled. He had never smelled anything so mouth-watering. It was a combination of meaty, sweet, and spicy. He was actually drooling a little before he noticed. He forgot about heading towards the forest and unconsciously followed the smell. He arrived at a small restaurant and was about to enter when he remembered that most people in restaurants tended to be mean to him. He was about to leave when he saw a man waving at him to come over. Naruto was very reluctant to get close to the man, but the man smiled at him and spoke. "Come on, kid. You will get sick if you stay under the rain." Naruto shyly nodded and entered the restaurant. "Take a seat, kiddo." Naruto was still reluctant, but he decided to sit. "Here, dry yourself. You will be sick if you stay like that," the man said with a smile. Naruto wanted to say he never got sick, but he still accepted the towel the man offered. The man noticed that the kid still looked a little afraid. "You know that I don't bite, right, kid? Unless you are made out of food." Naruto stared at the man for a moment before letting out a laugh together with the old man. Seeing that the kid was more relaxed, he decided to ask questions. "What are you doing in the rain? Where are your parents? Are you lost?" The smile that Naruto had instantly vanished. "I don't have parents," Naruto whispered. "I was planning on going to the forest to get some fish, but I got distracted by the smell." At first, the man thought it was a lie, but the casualness of the boy's speech made him doubtful. "My name is Tuchi, kid. What's yours?" "Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto answered, a bit reluctant. "Ah, that explains it then." Of course, he knew who the boy was. You would be surprised how much you hear in the stands of a restaurant when the customers think nobody is listening. Tuchi took a second to look Naruto over. He was small and a little skinny for what Tuchi guessed was his age. "He is just a kid," though Tuchi sadly. "Well, Naruto, are you hungry?" Tuchi gently asked. Naruto quickly shook his head, but his stomach growled, completely contradicting his mannerisms. Tuchi grinned. "Are you sure, Naruto? I think your stomach says otherwise." Naruto answered by murmuring something Tuchi didn't quite hear. "Sorry, Naruto, what did you say?" "I don't have any money. It flew away," said Naruto loud enough for Tuchi to hear. "It flew away? What do you mean by that?" asked an extremely confused Tuchi. Naruto quickly explained what the store clerk had told him about money flying away if you don't keep it safe. Tuchi stared at Naruto for a full minute as he tried to find the necessary words. A grown-ass man really hustled a child out of all of his money? Tuchi thought as he pinched the bridge of his nose. "Listen, Naruto," he began slowly. "Money doesn't just fly away." Naruto stared at him with confused eyes. "What do you mean?" "That man told me it does." Tuchi was sure he felt a vein pop somewhere in his head. To take advantage of someone so innocent. "Naruto, some people don't always tell the truth. You know what lies are, right?" Tuchi asked, and Naruto nodded. "Right, so some people lie to take advantage of others." "Why?" Naruto asked simply. "A lot of reasons, kiddo. Some people will lie to you to take what's rightfully yours. There are bad people in our world." Naruto nodded fumble before he went still. "Wait!" Naruto shouted suddenly from his stool. "Does that mean that man has my money?" "It does. I'm going to get my money back from the stupid bastard, and I'm going to prank until the year ends," Naruto said with an annoyed expression that looked funny to such a young kid. Tuchi blinked a few times and wondered where this child had learned those words, but he put that on the back of his mind as he saw Naruto trying to hop off his stool. "Wait!" he said and reached over the countertop to grab Naruto's shoulder. "Don't worry about it, kid. It's better if you stay out of trouble. Tucci didn't know how far the man was from the store, but if he was willing to steal money from a kid, it would be better if Naruto didn't see him again. I'll give you a bowl of ramen to fill your stomach. How does that sound? Ramen? Asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. Tucci's eyebrows almost reached his hairline. I would have thought you would know, given your name. Haven't you ever had ramen before? Naruto shook his head but asked. Given my name, Tucci chuckled. Yeah, I would guess you were named after Narutomaki, no? Norat kept a confused expression, and Tucci clarified. It's something you eat with ramen. That or your name means maelstrom. I guess you have your pick on what your name means. Naruto frowned in deep thought before speaking. I like maelstrom a lot more, Tucci chuckled. Alright Naruto, maelstrom it is. And Tucci went to prepare the ramen. A few minutes later, he came out with a steaming bowl and placed it in front of Naruto. Naruto's eyes went wide as saucers as he looked at the bowl. There was no other word he knew to describe the look and smell of the dish other than perfect. Tonkatsu ramen. I made it extra special since it's your first time eating ramen and your first time eating here. Tucci said with a smile as he leaned against the countertop with a smile. Ita de kamasu, said Naruto cheerfully, and he dipped his chopsticks into the broth. He wasn't sure what to expect, but when the first noodle touched his tongue, it was like the world gained colors everywhere. Tucci was about to ask if something was wrong when Naruto screamed. It's delicious, Osi-chan. Thank you so much. And Naruto started eating at speeds that Tucci rarely saw. At that moment, Tucci's daughter came out of the kitchen. Tusan, what is that noise? That my daughter is the sound of a very satisfied customer. Ayam turned to see who was eating at the same time. Naruto looked up to see who the new voice was. Ah, isn't he cute, Tusan? Ayam had stopped Naruto from eating and was now affectionately grabbing his cheeks while he had a few noodles still stuck in his mouth. Tucci was about to scold Ayam but noticed that even though Naruto had turned deep shades of red, he wasn't complaining. So instead, he just chuckled. After Ayam had stopped, Naruto was rubbing his sore cheeks. That hurt Na-chan. After hearing him call her that, she quickly started pulling Naruto's cheeks again. After Naruto finished his ramen and Ayam stopped pulling his cheeks, Tucci said he was closing the restaurant and willing to walk Naruto home. When they arrived, Tucci was surprised by Naruto's apartment. It wasn't fancy, but it was pretty good, considering he was an orphan. All right, Naruto, I expect to see you soon. If you ever need anything, stop by. Okay? Tucci said seriously before he smiled. Everything that man told you was a lie, but I think you should consider getting a wallet. Naruto nodded and beamed at Tucci, who ruffled his head, and then Ayam started to pull his cheeks again before they left. Naruto went to bed feeling happier than he had in a while. Naruto was happily walking in the streets of Konoha, holding someone's hand as he pointed at different stores. He noticed an older man holding his hand. He tried to turn his head to get a look at him, but the sun shined brightly whenever he tried to look up and blinded him, so he decided to leave it alone. As they walked, Naruto couldn't help but notice the rest of the people on the street. They weren't glaring or turning away whenever he looked in their direction. Everyone he locked eyes with smiled at him and waved at him happily. Naruto enjoyed the slow pace they were walking until an idea popped into his head. He didn't know why, but he felt like the man who was holding his hand was his dad. However, he wanted to be sure. Tuchan? He asked timidly as he pulled on the man's hand. Yes, Naruto? The man asked gently, and Naruto's mouth split into a huge grin. Could we buy popsicles? Naruto asked excitedly. It's pretty hot, isn't it? Tell you what, why don't you go ahead to the house while I go and buy the popsicles? After all, your mother wouldn't appreciate it if you ate before dinner or if we didn't bring her one. Naruto nodded happily. Yes. Reluctantly, he let go of the man's hand and ran. A few paces after starting, he realized he didn't know where his house was, but it seemed his feet did as they moved of their own volition, not that he was complaining. After minutes of running and climbing metal stairs, he arrived at a wooden door. He panted in front of the door for a few seconds before standing upright and quickly pushing it open. Tadaima! Naruto shouted with enthusiasm. Naruto immediately heard a soft giggle followed by a sweet voice. Okiri Naruto-chan. Naruto's smile had never shone brighter in his life. Ka-chan? Where are you? Well, someone is excited to see me. I'm the kitchen sweetheart, the sweet voice answered. The blonde kicked his sandals off his feet, and although he had never been in this house, he instinctively moved around the corridors until he arrived at the kitchen. He saw the figure of a woman getting something out of the fridge. Go shower, Naruto. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes. But Ka-chan he wanted to say he wanted to see her face when he was interrupted. Naruto, you have to obey me, remember? She said in a soft, scolding tone. Naruto didn't know why but just said okay and went to shower. When he came back, he heard the voice of the man who had been holding his hand earlier and was about to enter the kitchen when there was a knock on the door. Naruto, can you get it, please? Okay, he answered cheerfully and rushed to open the door. Tu-chan? He screamed excitedly as he opened the door, but to his surprise, he found no one on the other side. What was even weirder was that the door now opened to the street, but he had previously had to climb a set of stairs to get to his home. He stepped out to see if he could spot his dad, but no one was there. It was simply a desolate street. Ka-chan, I don't Naruto began as he whirled around to face the door, but his words died in his throat as he saw the door and his whole home had disappeared and been replaced with the same desolate street. Ka-chan? Naruto asked, a little fearful as he turned his head around in all directions to try to spot his mother. Get lost! Naruto heard a voice behind him and turned in that direction only to find a shadow shaped like a woman. Didn't you hear me? Get lost! The shadow shouted hatefully, and Naruto started walking backward away from the figure until his back hit something. Naruto jumped from the little scare and turned around only to be met with another figure. The new shadow crouched until he was eye to eye with him. Nuisance! It screamed in his face. Naruto jumped back and saw that more shadows had appeared and were now surrounding him. Isn't he that kid? Worthless. Pathetic. Why is he even here? Get away from us. All the figures spoke, and he was filled with panic by the second. Ka-chan? Tu-chan? Naruto screamed in fright, only to hear mocking laughter in response. As if someone like you would have parents, screamed someone from the crowd, followed by murmurs of agreement and more insults. Naruto covered his ears and closed his eyes as he dropped to the ground. Stop! 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 Stop it! Please stop! Naruto remained on the ground, trying to block all the words, but as he attempted to cover his ears, the shouts only got louder and louder. His ears were ringing, and his breaths became quick and shallow. I said stop it! Naruto screamed as he got up angrily from the floor, but when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in the middle of the street, but in his room. Breathing heavily, Naruto looked around his room as his body shook uncontrollably. It took him a few minutes to calm down and realize it all had been a nightmare. Taking a deep breath, Naruto plopped down into his bed. He didn't know how long he stayed in his bed, trying to avoid any tears from escaping his eyes. Stop crying. It never fixes anything. No matter how much I cry, it doesn't change anything. It never changes anything, he told himself for what he felt was the millionth time. A couple of days later, Naruto lay on his bed, moving his legs from side to side. After a few days of going to Ichiraku's, where he had tried every different type of ramen, Naruto decided to talk to the Hokage. The man looked tired and not all that interested in what he had to say. It wasn't like usual, where Naruto would tell him a story of things he had been up to, and he would laugh or lightly scold him. However, when Naruto asked for money and a wallet and he asked the reason and Naruto explained it, he seemed to have finally gained his full attention. He had told him he would drop by his apartment tomorrow with his allowance and wallet. So now, Naruto was waiting for him. However, his mind wasn't occupied with thoughts of the Hokage. He had had that nightmare again. He didn't know why, but he had had it repeatedly for the last couple of days and was tired of it. Even though he didn't want to, his mind kept going back to the nightmare again and again. It wasn't until he heard a knock that his mind finally decided to leave the topic of the nightmare alone. May I come in? Naruto heard the old man's voice, and he sat up. He got up from his bed to open the door, but it turned out he didn't need to because he heard the noise of the door opening, and when he exited his room, he found that the Hokage was already there. Ji-chan. Naruto said as a bit of excitement seeped into his mood, but it vanished as quickly as it came when he saw the man's face. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry I can't stay for long. I have a busy day, the old man said, taking out an envelope and something green that Naruto wasn't sure what it was. This is for this month's living expenses. Spend it wisely, he said as he showed Naruto the envelope before placing it on the dinner table. He then lifted the green object. This is the wallet. Use it to keep your money so you don't lose it again. And with that, the old man started walking towards the door. Hey! Naruto called out in a sad voice. Hiruzen stopped his walk and turned around. Is there something else? Naruto didn't respond immediately, but when he spoke, he kept his sullen tone. Why don't I have a mom and a dad? Hiruzen studied him briefly before humming. Haven't I told you before? They died a long time ago, That's not what I want to hear. Naruto cut him off angrily. I know they died 5 years ago when the Kyuubi attacked the village, and a lot of people died, including my parents. I know that. I just want to know who they were. What kind of people were they? What were their names? Hiruzen stared at him, eyes that betrayed no emotion, before turning around and walking to the door again. It's no use in asking about that. It won't bring back the dead. Naruto watched how the old man opened the door and exited his apartment without saying another word. He walked up to the door and glared at it before punching repeatedly. It didn't hurt, or rather, it hurt less than what he was feeling due to the old man's words. After his little hand was numb and a little scratched, he stopped and sat silently on the floor with his back against the door. He sat there for a while, completely lost track of time, until his stomach reminded him about eating. Naruto turned his head to his dinner table and saw the small envelope and the wallet he had been brought. He stood up from the floor, walked up to the table and picked up the wallet. It was shaped weirdly. It had legs, tiny legs, and a set of eyes. He fiddled with it until he opened it, took out the money from the envelope, and placed it inside the wallet. I need to buy food, Naruto thought as he pocketed the wallet. He briefly considered what to buy but realized it was a stupid question. He was getting ramen, his new favorite food. Naruto patted his full belly happily as he walked around the village. His mood much improved compared to earlier. Although it hadn't been lunchtime yet, and Ichiraku's hadn't been opened when he arrived, Tucci had been getting ready for the day. He had nagged him until he agreed to serve him, and this time Naruto happily paid for his meal. It was a little hard to count all the money. He had been about to give him more than the ramen cost, but Tucci had helped him count correctly. After he left Ichiraku, he walked around the village looking for where he could cause mischief until something caught his attention. Wow! Naruto let out as he spotted a store with several masks hanging on display. He quickly ran up to the store to get a better look at the masks they had and stopped just a few steps away from them. They had a lot of makes. Some of them were ugly and even creepy looking, but there were others that looked super cool. One in particular caught his eye the most. It was a white mask with lines painted in red that formed a look similar to a dog. He had never been much of a dog person. They usually ran away or barked at him angrily every time he got close. However, this mask reminded him a lot of Inu. It wasn't an exact copy, but it was close enough. He was about to reach into his pockets to take out his new wallet when he felt a sudden pushing force against his chest, and he fell on his butt. You brat! Go away! A deep voice boomed harshly. Naruto looked up at the voice, and his eyes met the face of an angry man with a thick mustache and brown hair. What's the problem? Naruto shouted back from the ground as people gathered to see what was happening. No one batted an eye when they saw who the store owner pushed, even if it was just a 5-year-old child. What are you doing here? Go away, you plague! The man yelled back. Naruto wasn't surprised anymore by the glares he received everywhere he went, but something made this man's glare different. Naruto had never seen anyone looking at him with so much hate. What? I was only looking to buy that mask. Naruto's voice had started as a scream, but with every word, it got softer and sadder. You want that mask? Here! The store owner shouted again. This time, he grabbed the mask Naruto had been eyeing, threw it at him, and hit him right in the forehead. On the house, brat! Now go and never let me see you again." Naruto gave the man the meanest and angriest glare he could muster. He had been practicing it for a while now. He didn't know it, but his glare would somehow turn his cerulean eyes into ice blue as cold as a blizzard. He got up, dusted himself, and went to grab the mask, and when he looked up, he saw that more people were glaring and murmuring at him. "What do y'all want? Why are you looking at me like that?" His first question came out as a loud demand, but the latter was sad and pleading for answers and in a much softer tone. He grabbed the mask and ran towards his apartment. When he reached his place, he threw the mask at the wall and slammed the door behind him. He slid down, resting his back against the door, and brought his knees to his chest as he had done earlier in the day. In a déjà vu, Naruto lost track of time as the hours continued to pass until his stomach rumbled. He lifted his head enough to look out the window and saw there was still daylight. "I forgot to buy food," he thought miserably as he stood up and prepared to open the door. However, as he was about to turn the knob, he was reminded of the constant nightmare he had been having for a couple of days. Naruto gulped, and he quickly turned to the knob and opened the door only to see the regular view he always had when he opened his door. He let out a huge sigh of relief as he started walking down his apartment building. But as he peered down onto the street, he couldn't erase the images of the shadowy figures from his nightmare. He didn't want to face those cold stares and murmurs as he walked around the village today. However, he needed food. Thinking about his problem for a bit, he decided he would get his food from the forest, and until tomorrow he would go and buy groceries. Naruto was returning from the woods, and it was already dark. It took him longer to catch the fish than usual, and he got frustrated. After finally catching enough fish to satiate his hunger for the day and cooking them, he had rushed out of the woods, not liking the idea of staying in them in the dark. He didn't realize he had taken a different route until he reached a clearing filled with stones and a big monument. He didn't recognize it and was sure he had never been anywhere near here. Reluctantly, Naruto stepped out from where the trees ended and started exploring the area. As he walked through the rows of stones, he saw that all of them had names written on them. Izumo Tenma, Torichi Kamade, Reika, Sarayu. He read the names out loud. He was so concentrated that he lost track of his surroundings, and when an ear-splitting sob reached his ears, Naruto's heart almost jumped out of his chest. He quickly looked over to where the horrible sound had come from, and he saw a man crying and kneeling in the grass with several empty glass bottles at his side. "Hey, are you okay?" asked Naruto with concern as he approached the man. The man looked up and realized it was yesterday's store owner. When their eyes met, Naruto saw his eyes widen incredibly before they blazed with an anger he had never seen. "You!" the man shouted as he pointed a finger at Naruto. "You monster! You took her away from me, the love of my life." The man's words were coming out slurred. He made to stand up but stumbled and fell. Naruto stared at the man in confusion and shock as he tried to stand up. He didn't know why, but he was suddenly overcome with fear and a single thought: run. Naruto quickly turned around and started running. It was even 10 steps before he tripped on one of the tombstones and felt his right ankle twist painfully. The man slowly made his way toward Naruto, swaying with every step. He was meters away when a familiar white mask with red markings and spiky silver hair appeared behind him and delivered a chop to his neck, causing the man to fall unconscious to the ground. Kakashi eyed the man at his feet with disgust. He had never been thankful for being here, but now he was grateful for at least this once. He doubted that the man would go as far as to kill Naruto, but he was sure the blonde wouldn't be unharmed if he didn't step in. "Inu!" screamed Naruto as he recognized him. He tried to stand up, but his right ankle failed to hold his weight. Kakashi looked up to see Naruto struggle to stand up. "Are you hurt?" "I think I twisted my ankle when I fell." Naruto winced as he tried to stand. "It's nothing to Bayo. Can you walk?" he asked. Naruto stubbornly tried to stand again, and he managed it, but it failed again when he put weight on the ankle. Kakashi stared at the little blonde for a couple of seconds and sighed. "I'm a glutton for punishment, aren't I?" he thought before approaching the blonde, crunching down and offering his hand. "Climb into my back. I'll carry you to your home." Naruto stared at his hand for a few seconds before reaching towards it and grabbing it. Kakashi pulled on Naruto's arm and slung him onto his back with ease. Are we just going to leave him there? Naruto asked suddenly, surprising Kakashi. He will be out for a while. I'll be back for him after I drop you off, he answered, feeling Naruto nod against his shoulders. As they walked towards his home, Kakashi was surprised by how quiet Naruto was. They had been walking for a while now, and he barely made a sound. Inu, Naruto suddenly spoke. Why did that man say that I took away his wife? Did I do something wrong? I don't remember doing anything like that. He also said I was a monster. Am I a monster? Is that why all the people look at me with those eyes? He asked in a low voice devoid of his usual brightness. Kakashi felt a surge of rage after hearing Naruto's words. However, he needed something to tell Naruto. He was drunk, and you didn't do anything wrong. Nor you are a monster. You just go a bit overboard with your pranks. That's all. He had half a mind on telling him to stop with his pranks. He doesn't even know the number of D-rank missions Genin squads have nowadays because of him. Drunk? What's that? It's what happens when you drink too much sake. It makes you act differently and say things that aren't true. What's sake? A drink you will try until you are much older. He felt Naruto nod against his shoulder again, and they remained quiet for a while. You know, I tried to buy a mask from that man. I was supposed to buy groceries, but then I saw a mask that looked like yours, and I tried to buy it. It wasn't the same, but it was pretty close to yours, Tabeo. Naruto spoke, and a bit of excitement seeped into his voice. Kakashi felt a stab of pain when he heard Naruto's similar verbal tick with Kushina, but he buried it. Did you buy in the end? Kind of. I mean, the man pushed me out of the store and threw the mask at me, and I just left after that. I have the mask, but it's broken. Kakashi seldom paid attention after hearing that the man pushed and threw the mask at Naruto. He was too busy deciding how long he would wait to take the man to the Hokage. He was sure this counted as breaking the taboo the Hokage had placed on Naruto's status as Jinchuriki. 3 minutes should be enough once he wakes up, he concluded mentally before answering. I see. Were you all right? Yep, answered Naruto plainly before they once again fell into silence. Inu? Naruto asked again after a few minutes. Yeah, what was that place with all those stones? A cemetery. It's where all the dead are buried, and the living go and pay their respects. Jichan says my parents died on the day of the Kyuubi attack. Do you think they have stones with their names on them? This conversation was reaching a territory Kakashi would like to avoid. Who knows? A lot of people died when the Kyuubi attacked the village. Not everyone has a headstone. Strictly speaking, Kakashi hadn't lied. Not all the people who had died then had a headstone, and he wasn't sure if Kushina had one. He knew that because Minato had been Hokage, his resting place differed from the rest of the population. It's better if you don't go around the cemetery again alone, he commented. I've heard there are ghosts around. Ghost? Naruto gulped. Yeah, Kakashi said, and they again fell into silence. Would you go with me then? To keep away the ghost, Naruto asked as they climbed the stairs to his apartment building. I'm really busy most of the time. Oh, okay, Naruto replied sadly. All right, here we are. Can you walk now? Kakashi asked once he stopped in front of Naruto's door and crouched down to allow Naruto to get down. Naruto climbed out of Kakashi's back and placed a bit of weight on his ankle. Yeah, I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Inu. Naruto launched himself at speeds that would have made his father proud and hugged Kakashi's leg fiercely. Kakashi just patted him on the head before removing Naruto's arm from his leg. Well, good night, Kakashi said as he prepared to leave and saw how Naruto visibly deflated. Kakashi sucked at cheering up people, but seeing the little blonde like that made something in his heart constrict painfully, and he gave in. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Really? Naruto asked excitedly, and Kakashi nodded. He saw the little blonde enter his apartment and wave at him with a big grin before closing the door. Kakashi sighed as he watched door before shaking his head. He turned around and jumped onto another building as he headed toward the cemetery. On his way there, he realized I hadn't burned to hold Naruto this time. Naruto woke up the following morning and turned in his bed for a while until his stomach reminded him to eat. He got up from his bed and opened the door to head towards his bathroom, but stopped suddenly when he saw something on his dinner table. There, in the middle of the table, was a basket with several fruits and vegetables, along with a brown box. Naruto blinked a few times in confusion before walking up to the table and grabbing the box. He cautiously opened it, hoping it wasn't a prank. "Wow!" he said out loud as he took out the contents of the box. It was a mask, but not any mask. It was a mask identical to Inu's. Naruto's smile was so big for the remainder of the day that he felt hurt. No amount of glares or under-the-breath insults could do anything to wipe the huge grin of genuine happiness off his face during the rest of the day. Chapter 4. The Academy. March 5th. Hinata was walking around admiring the still snowy surroundings of the academy, looking for Ko, her caretaker. Konoha seemed peaceful and calm everywhere due to the thick layer of pure white snow covering everything. It was extremely rare to still have snow at this time of the year, according to Ko, her caretaker. Ko didn't seem like snow that much, but she liked how it made everything look so pretty. She was walking around the Ninja Academy's surroundings after she had passed her physical screening, so she could join without a problem. After finishing, she exited the building and went to look for Ko to head back home. But she got distracted by her surroundings and decided to take a short walk. She had been admiring how the snow accumulated in the leaves-less tree when she heard a group of voices behind her, and she turned in their direction. It was a group of kids her age. She guessed they had also just left the academy. One of the boys locked eyes with her before he hit the kid on his right arm and pointed at her. Hinata immediately felt a bit nervous as the kids approached her fast. Hello. Nice to meet. Hinata began her polite introduction, but she was suddenly cut off by one of the kids. You are a Hyuga, aren't you? The tallest kid out of the group asked abruptly. Hinata was surprised by the question but nodded meekly. If you really are Hyuga, then show us your Byakugan. Another boy demanded. Hinata's surprise didn't diminish, but the kids kept talking before she could respond. Are you crazy? The other kid said suddenly. The Byakugan is terrifying. Yeah, you better not look at us. Your eyes are really creepy, the first kid said suddenly. Hinata felt like someone had hit her, and those same eyes they found terrifying started to fill with tears. I bet you are some kind of monster, aren't you? Yeah, I know she is. The monster of the Byakugan. Hinata couldn't stop the tears even if she tried to cover her eyes as she dropped to the ground, crying. Her cries were drowned out by the mocking laugh of the kids she had just met. Hey, cut it out already. A voice broke through her cries and the laughter. Sniffing, Hinata removed her hands from her eyes as she peered over to the new voice. It was another boy with spiked blonde hair and a red scarf tied around his neck. The boy was tiny compared to the other kids. In fact, he looked shorter than her. Yet his expression was serious, without an ounce of fear. Huh? And who are you? One of the kids asked. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm the future Hokage Databeo. He answered boldly. Oh, the future Hokage, huh? The bigger of the kids said sarcastically as he approached the blonde while the other two kids snickered. A little shrimp like you could never become Hokage. What are you? Stupid. I'll show you. Hinata watched from afar as the blonde kid brought his hands together and tried to do a jutsu, but it failed completely. She saw how, as the blonde kid wondered how his technique hadn't worked, the other three kids jumped on him and started fighting. The 3-on-1 fight got ugly real soon. Don't give up, Hinata thought as she balled her hand, but she could only watch as the three other kids wailed at the little blonde until he was out cold. Future Hokage? Yeah, right. This guy is totally weak, one of the kids said before reaching down and grabbing the red scarf from the unconscious kid. The three kids stretched, pulled, and stomped on the scarf until it became an unrecognizable rag. After having had their fun with it, they left between laughs, seemingly losing interest in bothering her any longer. Hinata stood up and grabbed what remained of the scarf before walking towards the unconscious kid. When she got close enough, she saw that his mouth was slightly ajar, but other than the slow rise and fall of his chest, he wasn't moving at all. Hinata tried shaking him gently to wake him up, but it took a while until she saw his body shake and gave signs of consciousness. His eyes suddenly shot open, and he stood up immediately with his guard up. I'm done yet. This time, I'll use a great jut's dash. A shock of pain seemed to have run through him before he could finish because his hand went to his face. Ouch! Are you all right? She asked worriedly, noting that his lower lip had swollen and that his cheekbone showed the beginning of a bruise. It's nothing, Tabeo, he answered. But Hinata could clearly see that he was hurting. She admired that he was trying to ignore the pain. It was always difficult for her to ignore the pain after her father or cousin landed a blow on her in training. She wished she had good news for him, but it was the opposite. Your scarf, those boys? Hinata began, but she didn't have the heart to tell him what they had done. However, the scarf's shape made her imagine it wouldn't be hard to guess. The kid looked at what remained of the scarf in her hands before letting out a long and dejected sigh. I don't need it anymore. I'm really sorry, she said, and she really was. She shouldn't have burst into tears after those kids talked to her. If she hadn't, then this kid wouldn't have had to defend her, and he wouldn't have gotten beat up, and he would still have his scarf. Trying to do something for him, Hinata started to take her scarf off, but he stopped her. Nah, don't worry about it. Goodbye, he murmured before he started walking away with a visible limp. Before he could get too far, Hinata said, Thank you very much. The kid stopped, looked back at her over his shoulder, and smiled the brightest smile she had ever seen before he resumed his walk. Although this type he did with a lot more energy despite his limp. Hinata clutched the ruined scarf to her chest as she watched the little blonde run between the leafless trees until he disappeared. April 2nd. It's today. It's today. It's today. Naruto thought excitedly as soon as he woke up to the sound of an alarm ringing. The academy begins, and I will show everyone how strong and cool I am. Everyone will see how great a Hokage I will be, and everyone will have to respect me and want to be my friend. The academy lasted 7 years, and you could start to attend when you turned 5. He had spent almost every day since he turned 6 waiting for the academic year to begin so he could finally start learning how to be an awesome ninja. Naruto threw the cover off from him, jumped out of his bed, quickly showered, and dressed. He put on his black knee-high shorts, black ninja sandals, and his favorite orange shirt with Konoha's symbol in black and green goggles before heating some instant ramen. While waiting for his ramen to be done, he spent the time thinking about all the cool things he would learn. He had spent the last several months training for this day, setting a few targets in the woods, hitting them with rocks, and running around the village had used a lot of time since he realized he could attend the academy. He would often find a very strange man dressed in all green with huge eyebrows running with his hands in his usual route while screaming something about the power of youth. He was a little strange but funny, and he didn't glare at him like the other people in the village. He had tried to approach him once, but something weird happened. Flashback. Naruto was finishing his lap run when he spotted the same strange man dressed in all green he had seen several times. Naruto watched him as he walked around in a handstand, and then the man turned his head in his direction and smiled at him. It was a brilliant and radiant smile that gave him the urge to smile back. How youthful to see you again, kid. The man spoke as he approached him, still walking in his hands. Your flames of youth burn with the heat of 100 suns, but you will not outdo the green and sexy beast of Konoha. I will do 50 laps, no, 75 laps around the village with my hands while carrying a boulder between my legs. Then I will do 1,000 one-finger push-ups with each hand. I'm training to become the best ninja ever, Databeo, responded Naruto. An extremely youthful endeavor, but you are missing something that will make you train 20 times harder while looking like a sexy beast, said the man while winking and giving him a thumbs up, all while still standing on his left hand. Really? Can you help me get what I'm missing? Asked an excited Naruto. Of course, said Guy while doing a backflip and landing on his feet. You just need to wear this youthful uniform. He pulled out a green piece like the one he was wearing and was about to give it to Naruto when a huge boulder hit him. A mere second after that, an ANBU with a dog mask appeared. Here is the boulder you need for your training, said the ANBU, who then turned to Naruto and spoke. I'm sorry for the interruption. Please continue your training. Inu. Yeah, I'll be the greatest Hokage ever, so I can't stop Databeo. And with that, Naruto continued his training. End of flashback. Well, I better be on my way. I don't want to be late for my first day. I can't wait to make friends. Naruto thought as he pushed his front door open and rushed outside. He ran full of excitement and free of any care through Konoha's streets. He already knew that the academy was near Hokage's tower and had already been there before, so he had no problems with directions. As Naruto arrived at the academy, he noticed several people gathered outside the entrance, which had a big welcome banner over it. Naruto slowed down a bit as he got closer to the small crowd of kids and adults and took a look around. There were more people than he could count, and many looked to be around his age. I'm going to make a ton of friends. His thoughts escaped his head and transformed into words due to his sheer excitement. Not wanting to waste a second to get to know the kids who would be his classmates, he approached the closest kid he saw. "Hi, what's your name?" Naruto asked brightly to a kid with very short black hair and big lips. The kid was about to reply when a hand touched his shoulder, and the kid looked up to his dad, who shook his head before dragging him away. Naruto frowned as he looked at the back of the man who was dragging his son away before sticking his tongue and blowing a raspberry at him. Not giving up, Naruto continued to try to talk to several kids, but it would always result in the same thing over and over again. Eventually, he couldn't push down the feeling of being watched with those eyes and hearing the whispers every time he passed by someone. He was already planning a payback in his mind when a loud shout tore through his thoughts. "All incoming students, please form in the middle in rows of 7. Parents, you may stand around." A chubby man with a goatee dressed in regular Chunin attire spoke from the front. After the instructions, the parents started separating from their children. A few parents hugged their children tenderly before telling them to follow the academy's teacher's instructions. Naruto couldn't help feeling an aching burn in his chest as he watched these parents interact with their children. Helplessly, Naruto turned around, wanting so badly for someone to hug him, but like always, no one was there. Naruto slowly walked to the yard, where all the other students were organized in rows and fell in line. The chubby man from before said a few things after everyone had taken their place, but if you asked Naruto about it, he wouldn't have been able to answer. He had spaced out until a familiar voice reached his ears. "Congratulations on your acceptance into the academy, everyone." Naruto looked up and saw that it was the Hokage who was standing in front of all the kids, giving them a welcome. A happy grin appeared on his face, and Naruto couldn't hold it. "Ji-chan!" Naruto shouted as he waved energetically at the Hokage. There were a few gasps and murmurs, but Hiruzen chuckled wholeheartedly before waving back and continuing his speech. "As I was saying, congratulations. From this day forward, do your best to reach your goal of becoming shinobi of the village." Naruto's excitement was back in full force as he shuffled his feet, not managing to stand still. "Now, you will follow your instructor into your assigned classroom, and you will begin the first day of your journey," the Hokage said, locking eyes with him and smiling before walking away. "All right, class, make a line and follow me." Another man dressed in the standard Chunin vest spoke in a no-nonsense tone. He was tall and lanky, but what caught Naruto's attention the most was that he was wearing a patch on his left eye, making him look intimidating. Naruto got in line and deliberately kept his eyes forward as all his new classmates turned around and waved goodbye to their parents. Despite the burning sensation in his chest, Naruto looked around the inside of the academy as they walked by. Soon enough, they arrived at their specific classroom, and their new teacher ushered them in. He told them all to take a seat, and the group of kids started to take spots along with other people they already knew already. "Hey, let's sit together." "Yeah." Naruto heard the pair of kids in front of him agree and rushed to a nearby desk. Without thinking, he stood still and looked around to see if anyone was there. He didn't see any familiar faces, and the seats were getting fuller and fuller. "I told you to take a seat." The teacher's voice snapped from behind him so suddenly that he made a small jump. Naruto peered over his shoulder, smiling, and was about to offer a small apology. However, when his teacher's single glaring eye met his, he froze completely. He stared back at an eye and face he had never seen, yet they looked so familiar. "Are you deaf?" the man asked after a couple of seconds. "And no, I can hear pretty well actually," Naruto said as he grinned, trying to ignore the glare. "Then go sit down," the man repeated as he gave Naruto a small push on his shoulder. "I'm going geez," Naruto said before turning around and scanning the classroom briefly, only to see that everyone had already taken a seat except him. He spotted a table with an open seat at the back end of the classroom and started to walk rapidly up the stairs to sit down there. He was halfway up the stairs when he suddenly felt his foot get stuck in a step, and before he knew it, he hit the ground with his face. Before he could get up, the classroom was already filled with cackles of mocking laughter. Jumping to his feet, Naruto laughed with them as he rubbed his head sheepishly until he reached the available spot. "Everyone be silent, and you go and take a seat." The teacher's voice cut through the laugh, causing it to extinguish like a candle that a bucket of water dumped on it. "That baka, I will prank him in a way he will never forget," he thought as he walked to the end of the classroom and sat next to a chubby kid who was eating some chips and someone who was resting his head on his hands with his eyes closed. "Hello, I'm Akimichi Choji," the boy said as Naruto sat down next to him. "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." "Nice to meet you," Naruto said before his eyes shifted to the bat of chips on Choji's hand. He was about to ask Choji for a chip when the sleeping boy murmured something unintelligible. "What did you say?" Naruto asked a little too loudly for the boy's taste. The boy with pineapple-shaped hair slowly lifted his head as if it was the most strenuous task in the world before speaking. "Troublesome blonde. I'm Nara Shikamaru," and he dropped his head to sleep again. "Don't take offense, Naruto. Shikamaru is just really lazy." "Want a chip?" explained Choji. They talked for a while as more students came and filled the empty seats. "All right, class, settle down. My name is Akame Iwana, and I'll be your homeroom teacher from here until you graduate from the academy. We will begin with introductions so everyone knows each other." "We will begin with you," the teacher said and pointed at a girl with short blonde hair. "My name is Yamanaka Ino. It's nice to meet all of you," the girl said brightly as she stood up from her seat. The teacher then pointed to another kid. "Uchiha Sasuke, troublesome. I'm Nara Shikamaru." All the students introduced themselves one by one until only two were left. Naruto saw a small girl with midnight blue hair and lavender-colored eyes stand up timidly. "She seems familiar for some reason." "And my name is Hyuga Hinata, and I'm excited to be in this class," stuttered the girl, causing a few kids to snicker, and she immediately went bright red. Naruto frowned and immediately got up to divert attention from the girl. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto," screamed Naruto. "What a stupid name. Did you name yourself after your favorite food?" asked a kid, and the laughter increased. Naruto's eyes immediately started twitching. "My name means Maelstrom Baka." "All right, settle down," instructed Iwana. As Naruto sat down, he saw that Hinata was looking at him, and he gave her a smile, to which she responded with a timid smile of her own. Iwana then started introducing the academy basics. Throughout the day, Naruto had multiple questions about the different subjects. Still, whenever he raised his hand to ask a question, Iwana ignored him and turned the other way while all the other kids answered their questions. After hours of boring lectures from Iwana came the lunch break. Naruto didn't know anyone, and most kids seemed to know each other because they used to play together in the park before joining the academy. He had tried to join them occasionally, but every time he came close, the kids would start running from him like he was an evil monster, or the parents would quickly separate them. He tried his luck by talking to other kids in the academy during the lunch break, but it didn't go well. At the end of the day, Naruto was heading to a Chiraku's to talk with Tuchi and Ayam with a smile that didn't quite reach its eyes. June 18th. Naruto let out the best and loudest laugh he could muster as he stood in a swing and watched the kids he had been playing with slowly walk out of the small park they had just been playing in with their parents. "I've told you not to talk with strangers," one of the parents of the kids he had just been playing with said loud enough for his ears to pick up. "But Kachan, he isn't a stranger. He is with me at the academy," the kid replied as he took her mother's hand and looked up at her. "It doesn't matter. Just don't go near or talk to him." "Understood," the mother asked, and the kid nodded obediently. "You guys don't stand a chance against the great Uzumaki Naruto Databeo," Naruto shouted at their retreating figures as he swung his weight back and forth, but it was as if they didn't hear him because they continued to walk as if no one had spoken. As the parents and their kids kept walking away, Naruto looked at their retreating figures, and a familiar longing sensation started seeping out of his chest. When his eyes could no longer track them, Naruto stopped swinging his weight back and forth, sat down on the swing, and looked down dejectedly at the rocky ground of the playground. It was a constant in his life to imagine himself with a set of parents. He would have given up everything and anything just to have a parent who would scold him, let alone one who would pick him up at the playground to walk him home and have dinner after a day in the academy. His mind had imagined countless scenarios in which he would have a mom who would cook him ramen or a dad who would ask him how he was doing at the academy and help him understand things better. Naruto's mind was so busy imagining a reality that didn't exist that he completely missed a person approaching him and sitting on the ground next to him until the sound of the gravel moving alerted him. Naruto turned his head and instantly realized he wasn't alone anymore. Whoa! Naruto let out as the sudden appearance of this new individual startled him so much that he almost fell off the swing. After violently flapping his arms and legs, managing to regain his balance and keep himself on the swing, Naruto turned suspicious and reproachful eyes on the new arrival. "Don't go scaring me like that," Naruto said as he took a good at him. "I'm sorry," the guy said in a sincere and polite tone that surprised him. He looked several years older than him and was sure he had never met this guy before. Naruto was sure he would remember his face because of how distinct it was. He looked old to him but was not fully grown like the other adults, yet there was something different about his face. He looked tired and worried, even if he had a peaceful expression. He looked so unique that he was sure he had never seen this guy before. He wore grayish pants, a black high-collar shirt, and black sandals. Naruto noted that his feet were wrapped in bandages like other ninjas, but this guy didn't wear a headband. "Who are you?" Naruto asked curiously as he looked into the black eyes of this new person for a brief moment before the guy turned his neck and looked forward. Naruto was about to ask again, but then he felt a touch on his back, and he realized that he was pumping the swing for him. "Why does it matter who I am?" he answered with a cryptic question as he continued to push him on the swing softly. Naruto took a few seconds to think about how to answer. "Ka-chan says I shouldn't talk to strangers. Isn't she gone, though?" the guy asked, turning to look at him with a sympathetic and knowing smile. "You know about that?" Naruto scratched his head and smiled bashfully at being caught so quickly and easily on his little lie. "Uzumaki Naruto is a famous prankster." "I'm that famous?" "In a way, yes," he answered. "Hehehe." Naruto laughed easily. "Your friends left," the boy noted. "They are not my friends," Naruto said as he shook his head from side to side. "If they don't get my pranks, they can't be my pals," he said, forcing a big smile on his face. Naruto watched as the boy got quiet and seemed to lose himself in his own mind for a couple of seconds. Nichan?" Naruto asked after a few extra seconds of silence went by. You got really quiet all of a sudden. You all right?" the boy answered. "I'm fine," the boy said a little flatly. "Oh, okay," Naruto said as he looked at him with worry. "It's probably time for you to get home," he said as he stopped pushing the swing. "I can go home, but it's not like there is anyone in there," Naruto replied in a low tone while he fought his hardest to keep a natural expression that hid his true feelings. He was enjoying being with this guy, even if he was quiet. He really didn't want to go home now. The boy hummed as if contemplating Naruto's words. "Then I'll go home." "What?" Naruto spluttered and almost fell off the swing. The boy stood up and started walking, but after a few steps, he peered over his shoulder. "Keep fighting." Naruto was a bit startled by the words, but when the meaning sunk in, he chuckled and rubbed his nose with his index finger. He then used his legs to push the swing back, and as it was coming forward, he jumped off it and pointed at the boy. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I'm going to be Hokage someday." "You? Hokage? Huh?" the boy asked as they locked eyes. "I hope you do," he said with a small yet pure smile that seemed to de-age him back to what he should look like. Naruto smiled back at him, full of happiness. Normally, people would ignore him whenever he expressed his goal, and even the Hokage seldom encouraged him, but this guy genuinely seemed to wish to achieve his goal one day, and it made him extremely happy. "I'm totally going to Hokage one day. Just you watch, Nichan," Naruto said fervently. The boy kept his smile before waving his goodbye and resuming his walk. The first 4.5 years of the academy came and went without much happening aside. Naruto was now 9 years old, going on 10, and sitting in the academy classroom next to Sakura, whom he had a crush on, and Sasuke. Irika, as always, was giving his usual boring lecture. At least that was what Naruto thought. He had stopped paying attention a long time ago. Suddenly, he heard Irika say something that caught his attention. "Imagine if the world were to end tomorrow. Who would you like to spend your last day with? Like that would ever happen?" muttered Naruto under his breath. "How would that even happen?" screamed Kiba. "Just suppose the moon began to fall towards the earth," offered Irika after scratching his head for a second. "If it's the end of the world, I would like meat to fall instead of the moon," joked Choji, causing everyone to laugh. "Just write down who you want to spend your last day on earth with," said Irika as the class quieted down and got to work. Irika looked over at his students to ensure everyone was working when his eyes landed on Naruto. Without knowing or intending to, his eyes became cold and distant. He remembered that day as if it was yesterday. His mother's lifeless body as his father shouted at him to run away. "How I wish I could spend one more day with them." His eyes then moved all over his students before landing on Naruto again. He saw that Naruto was glaring at his paper intently. As he felt his thoughts darken again, he shook his head before his thoughts got too depressing and started walking around the classroom. He didn't realize when, but he started reviewing what his students were writing. He wasn't surprised when he saw the answers his students were writing. He had been walking for a few minutes until he saw a completely blank sheet. He shifted his eyes slightly and saw spiky blonde hair. It would be a lie if he said he was somewhat curious about what the blonde would write. He caught a slight movement in the corner of his eyes and saw that he had begun writing the words mom and dad before he furiously erased his answer. The action took aback Irika. Of course, he knew that Naruto was an orphan like him, but he had never really dwelled on that fact. No, every time he saw the blonde, he couldn't help but remember the demon that resided in him. He knew that Naruto wasn't the Kyuubi. Only a few ignorant shinobi and some civilians thought that, but almost no one could look past what he had been burdened with. Most shinobi just remembered all the pain of what they lost that night. A few of them were weary and mistrusting of the blonde, or more specifically, they were fearful that the seal would fail at any time. Irika fell under the first category. He didn't have a personal problem with the kid, but it was hard to act as if he was just another student. It had only been a couple of months since he became Naruto's homeroom teacher. The academy had a real problem finding someone to take the spot after Naruto had run off the last two homeroom teachers with his antics. Naruto's behavior and background made people avoid the position like a plague. It was only because of the Hokage's personal instance that Irika took on the challenge, and it proved to be a bigger challenge than he had expected. He wanted to be a good teacher for his students, but Naruto just made things complicated. He could hardly look at the blonde without feeling something dark pulling the strings of his heart. So he had resolved to just ignore him, which was almost impossible. Naruto outright refused to let his presence go unnoticed, constantly playing pranks and behaving poorly in class. Jinchuriki weren't often the most stable people around. Very few could have been categorized as mentally healthy. Sealing a biju isn't an easy task at all. Several factors come into play for the making of Jinchuriki, such as the seal used, the age, vitality, mental fortitude, and how much access you want to give to the Jinchuriki to their biju's chakra. Most villages in the elemental nations were rather liberal with how much access they gave to their Jinchuriki, since a Jinchuriki without access to their biju's chakra doesn't serve much purpose. The problem is that the more access you gave a Jinchuriki to the biju's chakra, the more access you gave the biju to their container and the more stress you put on their body. Such practices gave Jinchuriki a bad reputation, rightfully earned for the most part. It had only happened once in Konoha, but Irika had heard that other villages tended to have a harder time dealing with their bijus. Irika continued his train of thought as he walked back towards his desk. After a few minutes, he couldn't help but note that his gaze had found Naruto again. But something was different. He wasn't loud or obnoxious. Rather, he was quiet and unmoving. His eyes weren't shining with the mischief you usually saw. Instead, his eyes looked empty and sad. This sight quite put off Irika, but abruptly Naruto started to move. He was curious about what the blonde was doing, and suddenly he saw that he had made a paper airplane and thrown it out of the window. Irika blinked a couple of times before remembering he was the teacher and, thus, had to scold him. "Naruto, Don't throw out your paper. He saw that the blonde was grinning, but his eyes remained dull and lifeless, and then the irony hit him like a hammer. He had heard the Hokage tell him that Naruto wasn't that different from how he used to be back in the academy. He had barely suppressed the scoff that attempted to escape his lips that time, but now he saw it as clear as day, which troubled him. Troubled him a lot, but for the time being, he tried to bury those thoughts and concentrate on being a teacher. Naruto was uncharacteristically subdued for the rest of the period, only moving when he heard the bell that signified that lunch break had begun. With sagged shoulders and his head down, Naruto made his way to an old and bitten swing under a tree and quietly swung back and forth as he watched his classmates play and talk under the sun. He was trying his hardest to put a smile on his face and try to make some friends, but he didn't have it in him today to act cheerful. Still, he didn't want people to think he was sad, so he tried to put his most neutral expression possible. I can't believe them. They just had to embarrass me in front of everyone again. He heard a voice that belonged to Sakura. Looking up, he saw that it was Sakura talking to another classmate. I think they are kind of funny, you know, admitted the girl Sakura was talking with after a few giggles. At least your parents joke around. Mine are always serious. They aren't funny, Sakura insisted. What's not funny, billboard brow? Said an approaching Ino. Other than your attempts on Sasuke-kun. Shut up, Ino pig. You'll see that Sasuke-kun will be mine. The only reason Sasuke-kun would ever talk to you is if he wants to put an ad on your forehead for everyone to see. The two former friends continued to bicker while Naruto was stuck in one of the first sentences he heard. At least your parents joke around. Mine are always serious. Hearing kids talking about their parents was always a strong gut punch for Naruto. It was a slap in the face that reminded him how alone he was, and he had already gotten a good reminder earlier today with Irika's activity. As his thoughts became more depressing, he looked toward the ground filled with dying leaves while his eyes became dull and lifeless. The phrase continued to repeat in his mind until his thoughts started to go to places he tried to avoid. What were my parents like? Were they serious? Or did they like to joke around? Naruto's thoughts continued to spiral into a depressive state the longer he thought about the topic. With Irika, I need sake. Unfortunately, he couldn't follow through with his thoughts because he was currently working, surrounded by kids, and it was barely 10 a.m. Instead, he settled for a cup of coffee at the teacher's lounge. All the way to the teacher's lounge and back, the blonde never left his mind. When he returned to the classroom to prepare for the next class, he saw out of the corner of his eyes that someone was sitting next to the window, and he snapped out of his thoughts. He fully turned to see who was there and saw that it was Hinata. He noticed that she was looking out of the window with a sad expression while holding a hand to her chest. He approached the window to see what was bothering the little girl. He followed her line of sight, and his eyes landed on Naruto for what felt like the millionth time in the day. He saw the boy sitting alone on a swing below a tree as all the other kids played and talked under the sunlight. At face value, it looked like a blonde kid with a blank expression playing on the swing, but Hinata and Irika saw the loneliness and pain hidden behind his eyes. The words the Sandaime had said the last time he went to his office to complain about the blonde's behavior rang in his head. Naruto never had a father or a mother to care for him. He is singled out and doesn't know why most people won't even look at him. How would you feel if people turned their backs on you everywhere you went? That's why he gets in trouble, so that people will notice him. It may be hard to see, but he is always thinking about the family he doesn't have. He is hurting inside. The bell rang again, and both Hinata and Irika jumped slightly. They both accidentally locked eyes, causing Hinata to turn crimson. Aye. Hinata tried to say something but couldn't manage anything intelligible. Irika decided to be merciful to the young Hyuga by giving her a small smile and going about his normal routine. Later that day, when all the students were long gone, Irika kept thinking about his blonde student. He sat in the lounge for a couple of hours with a contemplative look, analyzing Naruto's behavior. The Hokage had been spot on. It wasn't long before he started analyzing his behavior towards the blonde through his 3 years of teaching him. He faintly recalled Naruto's first day at the academy, since it was the first time he found himself so close to the Jinchuriki and his first day of teaching. He remembered that Naruto had been eager. Sure, he would get distracted occasionally, but he would ask questions. He never asks questions anymore. Mentally pointed out Irika, maybe because you never bother to answer them. A second voice seemed to answer in his mind. That's when it hit him. I'm a shit teacher. Irika, who prided himself in his teaching abilities, started feeling incredibly guilty. Sure, the blonde was a bundle of energy that would get distracted easily. But he wasn't the only kid like that. There were other students in his class just like that, and he had made an effort to make them pay attention. He even got Kiba to pay attention most of the time. Aside from Naruto, only Shikamaru didn't pay the slightest bit of attention. He analyzed Shikamaru for a while but quickly realized that the Nara was just extremely lazy. I don't even know if he is a bad student because I never bothered to be a teacher to him, was the conclusion he reached about the blonde Uzumaki. Irika sighed. He decided that he had done enough self-reflection for the day and started to go through the papers he had collected from today's early activity. Some people may call it snooping. He calls it getting to know your students better. He kept shuffling through the papers and drinking coffee, trying to keep his thoughts of Naruto. The reality that he had been a shit teacher was too depressing for him to think about it longer than he needed to. He kept looking at the names his students had written before his eyes landed on one with Naruto's name. He choked on his coffee and coughed for a whole minute before he regained his composure. His eyes went to the corner of the paper and saw that it was Hinata's paper. He had to rub his eyes to make sure his weren't playing tricks on him and went as far as trying to dispel a non-existent genjutsu. After that, he chuckled. They would certainly make an interesting pair. Irika decided that he had done enough research on his students and left the academy. He went home determined to be the teacher that Naruto needed. Chapter 5. I'm sorry. October 10th. Naruto woke up with a gasp. That damn nightmare again, he screamed inside his head. For the last 4 days, Naruto had been having the same nightmare over and over again. It would start like the best dream ever. He would be walking to the academy with his parents, and they would meet the other parents at the entrance. One moment, he would see his parents talking to their old friends, and the next, he would find himself in the middle of the street, surrounded by those cold eyes full of hatred and contempt. The days leading up to his birthday were always the worst time of the year for Naruto. Nothing like what happened all those years ago in the graveyard had happened again. But the glares and whispering increased along with his loneliness as his birthday approached. He hadn't stepped anywhere near the cemetery ever since then. Still, he didn't feel threatened at any point. Quite the contrary, strangely, he felt safer around this time of year. He couldn't explain why, but he thought that if something occurred, Inu would help him just like he had done before. Maybe I should go look for my parents again. Though Naruto, he had the whole day free due to it being Saturday, after all. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about his parents ever since Irika's activity. He sat in his bed, holding his knees to his chest, waiting for it to be late enough. Once it was dark enough, he grabbed his most inconspicuous clothes, which meant orange shorts and a black hoodie with a red swirl on the back. After getting in his clothes, he rushed to the cemetery. He slowly started walking from grave to grave, searching for any signs of family. He was determined that today would be the day he would find out who his parents were. He scrutinized each grave he passed by with concentration that no one had ever seen from the blonde. Naruto had been searching for around 20 minutes before he heard an old voice. Naruto-kun, what are you doing in here? Hiruzen very well knew what the blonde was up to. Ever since Kakashi had reported the incident in the graveyard with the drunk man, Hiruzen had decided to keep an eye on him on the blonde during his birthday. He had been in his office doing paperwork when he decided to look for Naruto in his crystal ball. As he had suspected, he saw him in the graveyard. He immediately left his office to distract Naruto. Naruto was sure that his heart had forgotten how to beat for a second too long before it came back in full force. One moment, it had stopped, and the next, his heart wanted to beat its way out of his chest. He recognized the voice, obviously. Still, it didn't make it the least frightening. He turned to see the old face of his Gigi. "Oh, Hiji-chan. I'm MMMIH," stammered Naruto. Hiruzen just chuckled. "Walk with me, Naruto-kun." Naruto, feeling he had been caught in the middle of one of his pranks, just nodded. He started to walk next to Hiruzen while still looking at the headstones. "Have you been having a nice day, Naruto-kun?" Naruto didn't reply as he concentrated on names he could see on the graves. He coughed to get his attention and repeated the question. "Oh yeah. It's been, nice." He responded as his gaze kept searching for a name. Hiruzen knew that they were approaching Kushina's grave and internally sighed. "Forgive me, Naruto, but you can't know yet. Not with me explaining several things you aren't ready for. I hope you find it in your heart to forgive this old fool one day." He made a hand sign as Naruto kept looking at the names engraved in the tombs. He never realized that he had just passed his mother's grave as a genjutsu made it seem like a completely different name was written on it. The guilt Hiruzen felt was excruciating, but he endured, believing it was the best for Naruto. They walked in silence for a while. Hiruzen fought with his conscience, and Naruto with his disappointment. "Would like you some ramen to celebrate your birthday, Naruto-kun?" Naruto's head perked up a bit at the mention of his favorite food, but the lack of response from his stomach made it clear that he wasn't in the mood. "Thank you, Ji-chan, but I think I better get to my apartment before it gets too late," he answered in an uncharacteristic depressive tone. Hiruzen nodded and let Naruto leave for his apartment. He stared grimly at the retreating little blonde, and once he was out of sight, he lit up his pipe and took a large breath. He turned and started walking to a particular grave. Once he found he stared longingly at the inscribe on it, Sarutobi Biwako. "I'm but a fool, aren't I? I don't want to burden his shoulders with expectations and the truth, but it isn't fair, isn't it?" He spoke to his late wife's grave. After a long silence, he gave a humorless chuckle. "I'm a hypocrite. I always tell him that nothing can bring back the dead. Yet here I am, looking for your counseling as I used to do until we were separated." Hiruzen took a deep breath and painfully let it out. His eyes glazed, and he spoke in a voice that told a story of sorrow and yearning. "Goodbye, Biwako." Naruto dejectedly looked to the ground and made his way to his apartment with his shoulders sagged. He had looked at every name in the graveyard and couldn't find anything that gave him a sense of belonging. Wordlessly, Naruto got into bed and drifted off to sleep. Naruto was walking in the middle of the street, looking around at his surroundings as if searching for something. He felt lost and he didn't know why. He knew he was just a couple of blocks from Ichiraku's, but the feeling of not knowing where you were filled him. He was walking without a sense of direction, keeping his eyes alert in case he found what he was looking for. He started to notice that people were surrounding him slowly, their eyes as cold as the harshest blizzard, and he could hear them whispering, "What a waste of space. No wonder nobody loves him. What a pest. My kid goes to the academy with him and says he is an idiot. Monster. He is that kid." He felt like they were closing in on him as if they were about to smother him, and all he wanted to do was to cry out for his mom and for her to come and help him, just like he had seen several kids do at the park. Naruto. He froze entirely and briefly wondered if he had imagined it until he heard it again. Naruto. He heard it properly now. A beautiful and melodic voice was calling his name, and he felt he needed to follow it. He pushed the villagers away and started to run, hoping to hear his name again. Naruto. The voice repeated, and he did his best to follow it. He had never heard anyone say his name that way. It was cheerful, but it also carried an air of anxiousness and eagerness. "Where are you?" screamed a frantic and panting Naruto, fearful that he wouldn't be able to find the one calling out his name. He heard it again, though it was coming from the forest, and he ran into the woods without thinking twice. The tall and thick trees didn't let a single ray of sunlight go through their branches. Thus, most of the forest was dark even when the sun was still out. But he could see the light not far ahead, not unlike the light you can see at the end of a dark tunnel. He continued to run towards it in instinct. His heart was pounding, and his breath was ragged. The light continued to shine as he got close until it became too much, and he had to close his eyes. He continued running until, instead of hearing his name, he heard a giggle. He snapped his eyes open and saw that he was no longer in the forest but in a grassy clearing in front of a beautiful waterfall. He was surprised by the beauty of the place, and he momentarily forgot to turn around. Naruto. This time, the voice was trying to hold back its laughter. He turned and saw a woman wearing a long green dress, trying to stop her laughter and failing miserably. She probably had to be the most gorgeous woman he had ever seen. The long and shiny red hair crowned her delicate and refined features in a way that made her look like a princess, and a laugh so contagious and unapologetic. He was so entranced by the sight of the woman that he could only cock his head and watch her calm down. The woman finally managed to get her laughter under control. She smiled sheepishly at him before walking in his direction with grace in each of her steps. Naruto only stared at her. It went deeper than her beauty. He didn't understand why, but she had a face he would like to remember forever. When she got close enough, cerulean eyes met violet ones. Her eyes were unlike any he had ever seen. They weren't freezing with disdain, searing with rage, or sad with sorrow. They were like a warm blanket on a winter night or a cool breeze in the middle of summer. They were comforting. He stared intently into her eyes, engraving them into his memory forever. He then blinked and lost sight of her violet, but the feeling of comfort never left. If anything, it increased. He had no other words to describe it other than perfect. He felt as if he had never felt before, and perfect was the only thing that came to mind. He realized that she was hugging him, and instinctively, he brought his around her waist and burrowed his face into her stomach, holding on for dear life. He stayed like that for a while, willing his eyes to remain dry until he felt a hand lift his chin, and cerulean orbs met violet ones again. The woman kept staring at him, and he could see in her eyes that she was encouraging him to speak. He had a suspicion about who this woman was, but he was too scared that the answer might not be what he hoped for. As the seconds passed, the fear of disappointment was replaced with the need to know. His mind was split into two halves, arguing whether to ask or not. He felt he knew but was too afraid to ask directly, so he settled for a neutral option to minimize his disappointment. Slowly and with a hesitant tone, he asked, "Who are you?" The soft smile she held was instantly broken into a million pieces and was replaced by a shocked expression that turned into a pained one, and it finally rested on an angry one as her hair started to sway menacingly. Seeing the rage on the woman's face, Naruto quickly detached himself and started apologizing without really knowing why. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Watching his outburst, Kushina schooled her features and approached him with care. "You don't have to be sorry for anything, Naruto." Seeing that Naruto remained slightly apprehensive and scared, she panicked a little. This was not going how she had hoped for. "I'm the one who is sorry. It's just, I didn't expect you not to know my name or who I am, and I just don't. I'm rambling, aren't I?" Naruto gave the slightest of nods. "Sorry, but when I get excited or anxious, I just can't stop talking, databane," she explained sheepishly. Naruto might as well only hear the last word she spoke because it was the only thing he was concentrating on at the moment. Databane. Kushina became even more sheepish at the mention of her verbal tic. "I use some weird phrases when I talk fast. I tried to control it, but it sort of slips out when I'm nervous or excited. What about you? I hope you didn't get any of my bad speech patterns." Naruto opened his mouth to speak but could not make an intelligible sound. "No one told you anything?" she asked in a sad and bitter tone. Seeing that Naruto shook his head, she decided to introduce herself. "I'm Uzumaki Kushina, and I'm your..." She never got to finish her introduction because she was tackled into a hug just before she could get the remaining words out. She looked down at the mop of blonde hair hugging her, locked eyes with him, and heard the words that made her feel like the happiest woman ever. "Ka-chan." She nodded with a gentle smile, and both enjoyed the reunion in silence for a moment. After a few minutes, Naruto separated himself from her with tears dancing in his eyes. He was barely able to contain them. "This is not a dream, right? Are you real? I really have a mom." This time Kushina managed to keep her anger in check. "You always had a mom, and yes, I'm real, Naruto." Naruto nodded, still willing his tears to go back into his eyes. "You know, it's okay to cry, but it never fixes or changes anything." She was surprised by the fire with which her son said that. "True, but it's all right to cry when you are happy since it won't change what you are happy about." Naruto nodded, letting his tears fall. Kushina closed in and kissed her son on the forehead as she patted his shoulder. Naruto was startled by the demonstration of affection and blushed a little, but nonetheless, he liked it. I have wanted to meet you for so long, Databeo, he said as he again wiped tears from his eyes. Kushina beamed at the verbal tick, secretly glad he wasn't also a copy of Minato personality-wise. You definitely are my child. There are so many things I always wanted to ask you, said Naruto excitedly as he quickly wiped the few remaining tears from his eyes. Kushina's happy smile never left her face. Sure, you can ask me anything you want, but first I have to ask you some questions. Okay? For each question you answer, you can ask me one, she said in an innocent tone that masked her anger at why Naruto didn't know her. Come, let's sit down. Naruto's excitement went through the roof at what seemed to be a game with his mom, and he sat on the grass beside her. Okay, Naruto. First question, how is Jiraiya treating you? Naruto's excited face changed to one of confusion as he repeated the name. Jiraiya? I don't know who that is. Kushina became pale for a second before she started to gain a red color to her complexion, not unlike her hair, while doing her best not to scare Naruto. He is tall and has long white hair. He is supposed to be your godfather. I have a godfather? Kushina had to take a few deep breaths before continuing to speak. Yes, he was to take care of you if anything happened to Minato and me. Minato? Who is that? Kushina's anger was put on hold as a new smile formed on her face. She figured that if she didn't know her, he also didn't know about Minato. He is your father. You got your handsome looks from him, you know. Your hair and face are practically a carbon copy of him. You are a chibified version of him with shorter hair, she said while giggling. Naruto blushed at the compliment. Did Tuchan also have this? Naruto pointed at the whisker-like birthmarks he had on each cheek. Kushina chuckled and was about to explain before she grimaced. Does he even know about the Kyuubi? She wondered briefly, but seeing that Naruto's question meant that most likely he didn't know anything about it. If he doesn't know, I have to tell him. I was about his age when I learned I was about to become a Jinchuriki, and Mito-sama was so valuable to me during the process. No, those are for a different reason. I'll tell you in a bit, I promise. But I have more questions that I need to ask you before that. Naruto nodded in acceptance. So, if you don't live with Jiraiya, who do you live with? Kakashi? Tsunade came back to the village. Kakashi? Tsunade? He repeated in the same tone as before, and realization struck Kushina. You live alone, don't you? She asked quietly as she became deeply saddened and disappointed. She shouldn't be that surprised now that she thought about it. It wasn't that uncommon for kids to grow up by themselves after all the wars and the nature of their world, but it still ached her heart for her son. It was true that Naruto didn't really have a next of kin exactly, but Jiraiya always had treated Minato as more than a student, and for him to not even have met Naruto. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Since I can remember, Hokage Ji-chan sometimes stops by to give me money, take me to Ichiraku's, or sometimes just to talk, explained Naruto with the slightest change in his cheerful tone. Hokage? Are you referring Hiruzen Sarutobi? Yeah, the old man is one of the few that are kind to me. He is really busy most of the time, but he sometimes invites me to dash. Naruto stopped abruptly as his brows furrowed. What do you mean he is one of the few people that are kind to you? As soon as she asked, she dreaded the response she was going to get. She could feel Naruto retracting into a shell and a lump forming in her throat as she mentally prayed to every god she knew. She closed her eyes, waiting for Naruto's answer. The seconds felt like years as she hoped for her son to be able to live the normal life of an orphan at least. Suddenly, Naruto's demeanor did a 180, and he became cheerful, too cheerful. It's nothing, Ka-chan, he said with a huge grin. I just play a ton of pranks in the village. Most people don't appreciate how funny they are thought. Kushina gained a soft smile on her face. He may look like Minato, but his personality is more like mine. She mentally celebrated before opening her eyes and turning her head to Naruto. But as soon as she locked eyes with him, she knew something was wrong. How did she know? She honestly couldn't tell, but she could feel Naruto wasn't being honest, at least not entirely. She lost her smile and stared at Naruto. Naruto, I don't appreciate being lied to. I'm your mother, and you shouldn't lie to me, she scolded him. Naruto was startled by the scolding. He was used to people scolding him, but this was different. Instead of getting mad or brushing it off, he felt a deep shame, and it hurt. It hurt a lot. He could only stare at the ground as his shoulders sagged. "I'm sorry," he mumbled before going deathly quiet. Kushina kept her severe gaze for a few seconds before dropping it and sighing. "Naruto, I don't want to make you sad or be angry at you. I scolded you because I love you." Naruto's head turned in the blink of an eye to look at his mother. "You love me?" His tone almost disbelieving. Kushina was surprised by the question. "Of course I love you. I have loved you ever since I learned that you were going to be born. I have never loved anyone more than I love you, Naruto," she explained as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, but with a bit hurt in her voice at the question. Naruto smiled at the words. It made him feel something warm all over his chest, a feeling he didn't think he could describe, but soon his face became confused. He seemed to be thinking over the answer, which worried Kushina even more. She was about to ask if something was wrong, but Naruto surprised her with another question before she could ask. "What does love mean, Kachan?" Kushina blinked a couple of times before she went into deep thought. "It means that I will always accept you no matter what you did wrong, that I won't stay mad at you for long. I will always want what is best for you, and that I want to see you achieve your dreams. And you really love me? I can only hope you understand one day how much I love you, Naruto," she said before she crushed Naruto in a hug. They stayed like that for a while before Kushina resumed the conversation. "Okay, Naruto, let's try again. What did you mean by that the Hokage is one of the few people who are kind to you?" Naruto swallowed hard as fear began to creep up inside him, and he struggled to get the words out. Would she still love him if he found out he was a monster? "You promise you won't hate me?" Kushina again squeezed Naruto in a hug and let a few tears out without him realizing before softly speaking. "I could never hate you. No matter what, I will always love you." Naruto took in a deep breath and spoke. "Most people in the village don't like me. They like to act as if I don't exist most of the time. I've heard a few people calling me a monster." He then turned to see his mother in the eyes. "I'm a monster?" Kushina couldn't hold it anymore. She had tried to keep her emotions in check to make this reunion a happy one for Naruto, but the last bit of control left her as soon as she heard her son ask that question. She crushed Naruto into a hug and held on to him for dear life while letting out a few strangled sobs. "It's not fair. He somehow ended up living the worst parts of Minato's and my life. He is an orphan that lives in a village that hates him for being a Jinchuriki," she cried out in her mind. Naruto was confused and a little scarred by her mom's reaction. Was he really a monster? "Ka-chan." Kushina gripped him harder before letting go and wiping her tears off. She placed a hand on Naruto's cheek and tried putting as much of her feelings as possible in her words. "Naruto, I want you to listen to me very clearly. You are not a monster and never will be one. I want you to understand that, okay?" she pleaded. Naruto gave her a small nod in response and asked, "Why do people say that, Kachan?" Kushina pondered how to break the news about Naruto's status as Jinchuriki for a while, and after a moment, she got an idea. "Naruto, do you know anything about the Kyuubi?" Naruto thought hard for a while and remembered. "It was a beast that attacked the village 9 years ago. I think the Yondaime died killing it to protect the village." Kushina took in a deep breath. "That is not exactly what happened," she said in a heartbroken tone as she began reliving her final moments. Naruto tilted his head and raised an eyebrow. "Then what happened? I will tell you, but you got to promise me you won't interrupt me. Okay?" She got a little nod in response. "Good. Well, do you know anything about Fuinjutsu?" she asked. "Fuinjutsu? Never heard of it," he answered as he scratched the back of his head. Kushina nearly had a heart attack when she heard that. Fuinjutsu is the art of sealing things into other things, such as sealing a kunai into a scroll. Our clan was known and feared for our knowledge of Fuinjutsu. "Clan? What clan?" Kushina had to grip the grass hard to keep her anger in check. "We had a clan, the Uzumaki clan. I assume you haven't heard anything in the academy?" she said bitterly as she mentally cursed the old monkey for letting her clan be forgotten. She received a confused stare and a shake of his head. "I'm sure I would remember Kachan, but I never knew we had a clan," he answered honestly. Letting out a sigh, Kushina spoke. "I tell you everything about our clan later, But getting back on topic, do you know what is a biju? The blank stare from her son was all she needed to elaborate. In this world, there are 9 massive masses of chakra known as the biju, and the QB is one of them. You understand that? He nodded in response. Well, the biju are extremely powerful, and they have caused incredible amounts of destruction throughout history. The biju are often sealed into other people to gain that power or be protected from it. The people who have a biju sealed inside them are known as Jinchuriki. They are not the beast. They contain merely their container. Naruto's eyes were wide as saucers, and a bad feeling and questions filled his mind, but he kept quiet for the moment. I was one of those people. Naruto instantly made to interrupt, but Kushina held a hand up, telling him to let her continue. I was chosen to imprison the QB. I'm not originally from Konoha. I was brought here from my home village, Yuzushogakure, due to my special chakra. I held the QB for several years in secret. Only a few people knew my status as a Jinchuriki in the village, and I was able to grow up without much trouble. So, I'm a Jinchuriki? Just like you? Asked Naruto, a little nervous. Kushina gave a sad smile. The day you were born. Kushina was thinking about how to explain everything that happened without letting out the more morbid details or the role the masked man played. She didn't want Naruto to learn there was someone to blame for what happened that night, at least not right now. The day you were born, my seal weakened, and the QB was able to get out, causing great destruction in the village. To prevent his destruction, your father decided to sacrifice himself to seal it in you to prevent more destruction. Naruto visibly gulped at the explanation but remained quiet. The life of a Jinchuriki is never easy, Naruto, and I'm so sorry that you have to experience it just like I did. Why did Tuchan do that to me? Kushina let out a huge sigh. Naruto, first of all, I want you to understand that your father loved you as much as I do. It was a difficult decision for him, but he was responsible for the villagers' lives and the village's future. Why? The responsibility of the villagers' lives and the village's future? Kushina nodded. It was what he swore to do once he took that forsaken hat. Hat? What hat? Now Naruto was extremely confused. Kushina blinked a couple of times, and then realization dawned on her. Your father was Namake's Minato. Naruto furrowed his brow in deep thought. The name did ring a bell, but he couldn't quite remember. As Naruto continued to struggle, Kushina let out a small smile at how Naruto's brow furrowed similarly to her husband when he was deep in thought. My father is the Yondaime Hokage? He asked more to himself, and then his eyes widened in realization. My father is the Yondaime Hokage. He then turned to his mother with the question evident in his eyes. Kushina nodded in confirmation. My father is the Yondaime. My father is the Yondaime. My father is the Yondaime. Naruto started to move around excitedly as he screamed, which made Kushina feel a twinge of jealousy, but she continued to smile. I'm going to be Hokage like Tuchan Tabeo. Now, Kushina's smile did falter ever so slightly. Okay, calm down. You understand why he did, right? A Hokage has to sacrifice himself for the village, and what he did was the most difficult sacrifice he ever made. Your father was also a very noble and honorable man, and he wouldn't let anyone else make that sacrifice if he wasn't willing to do it himself, but he had a third important reason. The most important one, actually. Naruto calmed down and prepared to continue listening attentively. Your father sealed the QB in you because he believed you could one day control its power. Tuchan believed in me? He suddenly became a little reserved. He didn't know why, but he didn't feel the necessity of pretending to be cheerful right now. He believed in you blindly. Do you believe in me? Kushina nodded. I didn't want you to become a Jinchuriki. Not because I didn't think you wouldn't be able to handle it, but because I didn't want to place such a heavy burden on you. But I don't have any doubt you will be able to handle it even better than I did, she said with a sweet smile. The words had the exact opposite effect she would have expected. Instead of looking happy, he seemed rather gloomy as he looked down at the ground. What's wrong, Naruto? Are you sure I can? I mean, I'm not good in the academy. I can't even do a proper bunshin, clone. I'm bad with the henge, transformation, or throw a kunai straight, and there are a lot of things I don't understand or know. He continued looking at the ground when he felt a hand tilt his head to the side and locked eyes with his mother. Remember that everyone has weaknesses and strengths. I also used to struggle with ninjutsu in the academy, and believe it or not, I also had problems making a standard bunshin. We all have strengths and weaknesses. Uzumakis have huge chakra reserves that can make it hard for us to control our chakra to an extent. If you train your chakra control, you should be able to perform the bunshin without a problem. She said in encouragement, which seemed to work but not all the way, so she continued. Don't get depressed if you can do something on your first try. And if you need help or don't understand, just ask your teachers in the academy. Naruto broke eye contact as he heard the last part. What is the problem, Naruto? You shouldn't be afraid of asking questions. It's part of learning and growing up. It's just that when I used to ask questions because I didn't understand something, Irika-sensei would always ignore me. He doesn't pay me any attention unless it is to scold me for one of my pranks. He tries not to look at me, but when he does, I can see him glaring at me just how the villagers look at me. Kushina pursed his lips at the statements and was inwardly fuming. She thought for a second until he came up with a solution. Why don't you ask your friends for help? Instead of seeing his eyes light up at the suggestion, she had to observe how they filled with even more sadness. Naruto let out a mumble that she couldn't understand. Sorry, Naruto, I couldn't hear you. Can you repeat it, please? I don't have any friends. He let out a little louder than he intended. A heavy silence fell, and after a while, Kushina asked, Do they look at you like the villagers? Kushina's right hand was balled into a fist, and she felt a huge need to hurt someone. Some of them do, but it's different. They just say that I'm a loser or annoying. I've heard some kids say that their parents told them to stay away from me. He answered dejectedly. Kushina had to swallow the lump in her throat. Is there anyone in the village that is kind to you? Naruto nodded. Tuchio-chan and Ayame-chan always welcome me to their restaurant, and Hokage-chan, and there is also who? Well, there is Inu. Inu? He felt that she knew that code name. Wait, wasn't Kakashi's code name Inu? She asked herself. He is an ANBU guy who has been kind to me. He once saved me from a guy in the cemetery. He recalled a little more upbeat. Saved you from a man in the cemetery? Kushina repeated slowly. One time, I went to the forest, got lost on my way back, and ended up in the cemetery. I saw a man crying near a tomb, and I got close to ask him if he was okay. He said that I took the woman he loved away from him. He tried to attack me, and I twisted my ankle, but Inu appeared to save me, and then he carried me home. Naruto had started the story rather excitedly, but his voice became slower with each word. He now understood why that man had said what he said. Don't even think it's your fault for a second, she said as if she could read his mind, which made Naruto go wide-eyed. How did you know? Because I'm your mother, she replied with a proud smile. Listen, Naruto, you may not believe what I'm about to tell you, but it is the truth. The truth is that you are a hero and have been ever since you were born. I'm a hero? He asked with clear disbelief in his tone. Kushina nodded. You are a hero for holding the Kyuubi at bay. Each day the sun rises and sets. It's another day when you save the village, so don't think that what happened was your fault in any way. Understood. Naruto nodded and fell silent as he digested all the information he had already been told. After a while of leaving his son to his own thoughts, Kushina spoke. More happened that night, but I'll let your father tell you when you meet him. Naruto was broken out of his thoughts as excitement started to fill him. I will be able to meet Tuchan? He asked as he completely ignored the first part of the sentence. Yes, he sealed a little part of his chakra into the seal so he could meet you, but it works differently from mine, so I'm not sure when you would be able to meet him. Naruto nodded excitedly as he couldn't wait to talk to his dad. Well, now that I've finished with every major thing, how about we get to know each other more? Yeah. Kushina brought a hand to her chin as he started to think about what to ask her son. Let's see. Oh, I know. What is your favorite food? Oh, that's easy. Miso ramen with extra pork from Ichiraku's is the best databeo. Yep, he definitely is my son, she thought as she laughed. Mine is salt ramen. It seems that you got more than your speech from me, she said playfully. But aside from ramen, What is your favorite food? I guess mine would be red bean soup, and you? Naruto went into deep thought for a moment before coming up with an answer. I'm not really sure. I mostly eat ramen. If it's not from Ichiraku's, I buy instant ramen. It's not as good, but it still is ramen. He replied happily. Kushina's brow furrowed as she went into her mother mode. The pair of them continued to make up for the lost time by sharing stories about pranks and how Minato and she got together until they arrived at another topic. What is your dream, Naruto? Naruto closed his eyes as he brought a hand to his chin in a thinking pose. I want to be Hokage so that everyone in the village would have to respect and acknowledge me. Kushina nodded in understanding. When I was in the academy, I also wanted to be Hokage. The first kunoichi to be Hokage and someone from another country no less. But as I got older, I realized that it's not what I wanted. Really? Yes. I realized what wearing that hat meant, and I figured it wasn't what I really wanted. I didn't give up. I just changed my dream. Changed your dream? He repeated slowly, wondering if it was possible. She nodded. I realized that there were things that I wanted more than being Hokage, but also that I didn't love Konoha the way I loved Uzushio. What could you possibly want more than being Hokage? Said Naruto in genuine wonder. And why does it matter that you didn't love Konoha as much? Kushina smiled and responded. The answer to your first question is very simple, you. Me? Yeah, you. I wanted to be a mother and have a family to be happy with and reestablish the Uzumaki clan in Konoha. You are my dream, Naruto. She finished with a sweet smile. Naruto's eyes filled with tears, but he quickly wiped them off and hugged Kushina while mumbling, "Thank you," over and over again. As for your second question, well, your father used to say the village was like his family to him. He loved the village so much that he would do anything for it, something that I can't say is the same for me. She admitted. Being Hokage means more than being the strongest or doing paperwork. It means you will care and protect the village's future, and will be the first to lay down your life to ensure the future is bright. Kushina rubbed the back of her son in comfort while she spoke. I'm not saying this to discourage you, Naruto. Whether you want to be Hokage or not, it's up to you, and I will be happy with whatever your dream is. But I want you to know it's okay to change your goal if you work hard to achieve it and never give up. Naruto seemed to be giving Kushina's words a deep analysis before his face of concentration was replaced by a huge grin. I won't ever give up, I promise. Kushina smiled at her son before she felt her chakra begin to dwindle, so she closed and tightly hugged Naruto one last time. Naruto, I know part of you believes this is a dream and that I'm not real. There is a clearing just like this one near the old Senju compound. Minato and I left some gifts for you there. She felt Naruto nod in affirmation against her shoulder. Remember everything that I've told you. Don't be picky with your food. Eat vegetables and more foods other than ramen to grow up strong. Also, don't stay up late. You will need lots of sleep. As for friends, you don't need a lot of them. You need one you can trust, and that will be enough. I know you don't like the academy much, but you still have to graduate, so keep up your studies and train hard. I know you inherited my sense of humor, so if you are going to do some pranks in the academy, at least don't get caught. Also, about the 3 prohibitions for shinobi, save as much money as possible from your missions and don't waste it on unnecessary things. Too much alcohol will ruin your health, so when you are of age, please drink in moderation. Finally, about women, I'll admit that I don't understand much about this since I'm a woman, but try to find someone who loves you just like I do. Someone who will see past your defects and mistakes and love you with them. I would normally say to find someone like me, but since our personalities are so similar, maybe someone more like your father will help you keep you in check. I want you to always be the perfect gentleman with whatever girl you end up with, just like your father was with me. She continued, tears flowing down her face and in a broken voice. I'm so sorry, my little Naruto. I'm sorry for placing such a heavy burden on your shoulders by making you a Jinchuriki. I'm sorry for not being able to live by your side. I'm sorry for not being able to show you each day how much I love you. And I'm sorry FO-. You don't have to apologize for anything, Ka-chan. I understand why you did what you did, and I don't hold it against you or Tu-chan. Now that I know that you love me, I will never forget the feeling. I'm glad that I'm the son of 2 awesome people. he said as he tightened his grip on his mother. I love you, Kachan. Kushina let out a few sobs, not wanting to let go of her little maelstrom but feeling that her time was ending. She separated herself enough to kiss his forehead and look at his face to make sure she memorized each part of it. I love you too, Naruto. Never forget how much Mama loves you. And thank you for being born to us. With those last words, her figure dissolved into the air, and Naruto was left alone in the clearing as he wiped his eyes from the tears. But for once, he didn't will them to stop since it was all right to cry when you are happy. Chapter 6. When Two Losers Meet. Ugh! Mumbled a groggy Naruto as he dusted the cobwebs from his mind and tried to orient himself. Last night was the most restful night of sleep he remembers ever having. It was the kind of sleep that, when you woke up, made you wonder if you were even in the same lifetime or universe. Naruto stretched in his bed like a cat while trying to get his mind jump-started. He barely noticed that he could no longer see the sun from his window, meaning it was pretty late in the day. He turned his head to his alarm clock and saw that it marked 3:51 p.m., and he groaned. Although Naruto was usually a ball of energy, he was not a morning person at all. Thus, the first couple of minutes of his day always became a test of whether he would give into the coziness of his bed or not. He was about to succumb to temptation when the whisper of a dream crossed his mind, and he suddenly jumped out of bed as he began recalling his dream. No way! Naruto thought out loud as he reviewed all the information he had gotten in his dream. From meeting his mom and learning he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko to being the son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage. Naruto sat silently and unmoving in his bed, reviewing everything from his dream. At the same time, a few tears escaped his eyes when he remembered the happiest moments. As he remembered everything that had happened in his dream, a little doubt mixed with fear began to creep up inside him. Could it possibly be that what he was remembering was just a dream? A fantasy created by the brain of an orphan child who cried out for knowledge about his parents on the day of his 10th birthday? Naruto's heart started to accelerate, and he could feel it thumping in his chest as panic set in. But like an oasis in the middle of the desert, he remembered something. Naruto, I know part of you believes this is a dream and that I'm not real. There is a clearing just like this one near the old Senju compound. Minato and I left some gifts for you there. He could perfectly remember a lovely face with beautiful red hair and a melodic voice saying that to him. In a flash of yellow hair, Naruto started to put on some clothes to go and search for this clearing. Thank God it's Sunday, and I don't have to go to the academy today, Naruto thought excitedly as he zipped up his orange jacket and adjusted his green goggles. As he made his way to the door, he was surprised when he heard multiple knocking sounds coming from it. He silently walked closer to look through his door's spy hole. The jump scare that followed was rather comical, and due to that, through the spy hole, a single huge brown eye that took most of his field of vision stared back at him. That single brown eye belonged to one Yumino Irika. What? Irika-sensei? What's Irika-sensei doing here? As Naruto mentally wondered why his academy teacher was coming to his apartment on Sunday and not looking too happy, another knock on his door broke him out of his thoughts. Naruto, I know you are there. I heard you. Open up, please. I need to talk to you. Irika's slightly irritated voice sounded. Having been heard, Naruto resigned himself to opening the door. Hi, Irika-sensei. Is there something I can help with? Naruto then saw that his teacher was holding several books and scrolls in his arms and got a bad feeling about it. I was about to head out, so… Can you make it quick? Said a rather sheepish Naruto. Irika's eye started to twitch violently, and he had to take a deep breath before speaking. Naruto, why didn't you come to the academy today? Huh? What do you mean? Why would I go to the academy today? He asked in confusion. Irika couldn't hold it anymore. He had spent almost every second since last Friday thinking of the best to teach Naruto and make sure that if the blonde didn't learn, at least it wasn't because he didn't try it his all. He had been so motivated to teach the blonde, but come Monday, lo and behold, said blonde was a no-show. Previously, Irika wouldn't have given a shit if Naruto didn't show up. Hell, he would have actually enjoyed the unexpected but warranted break from teaching or attempting to teach the blonde Jinchuriki. But what happens now that he is finally ready to turn the page and be the best goddamn teacher the academy has seen? The blonde mess goes missing, If he could count on the blonde for something besides pranks, it was that Naruto always showed up to the academy, be it 5 minutes or 2 hours. It didn't matter. He would always be there to be his usual loud self. Having lost all his patience, Irika's head grew inexplicably to gigantic proportions. You were supposed to attend the academy today because it's Monday. Naruto's confusion only grew at the statement. Huh? What are you talking about, Irika-sensei? It's Sunday. Yesterday was Saturday. I remember because it was my birthday, and I just woke up, which means it's Sunday. Under normal circumstances, Naruto's logic would have been kunai proof, but not today. However, the revelations that had been made to him had caused him to be emotionally exhausted, which is why he slept for a day and a half. If it is Sunday, why all the other students were at the academy today? They were all on time and ready to learn. That was a lie, at least a partial lie. Every student besides a certain Nara had been ready. Naruto didn't respond to his sensei's statement. He just stared and gaped at him. Irika, for his part, just sighed. Look, Naruto, can I come in? There is something important that I want to talk to you about. Naruto seemed to think about it for a few seconds before nodding, letting Irika into his apartment and leading him to the kitchen. Irika was surprised by 2 factors when he entered the apartment. The first was that the apartment was far bigger than he expected, and the second was how messy it was. Irika would admit that he wasn't the most organized person, especially during his teenage years, but holy shit, he couldn't hold a candle to Naruto. Dirty dishes, multiple empty cups of ramen, and an expired milk cartridge stood on the dining table. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the floor. Irika wished he hadn't taken his sandals off before entering when he felt the sticky floor grab his feet. He scanned the floor as if it was booby-trapped with explosive tags so as not to step on anything gross. I can't believe he lives like this. Is that? Never mind, I don't want to know. Just do what you came here to do, Irika, he said to himself. Naruto saw Irika's expression and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I'm sorry for the mess. I don't usually get visits. It's all right, Irika said as he moved empty cups of ramen to place the books and scrolls he had been carrying. Naruto, I need to talk to you about your academy performance, Irika said with a serious face as he saw the embarrassed grin melt away from the young blonde. You aren't on track to graduate, and I seriously doubt that you'll manage to pass like you did last year. He eyed the blonde skeptically, waiting for him to complain or deny it, but it never happened. The only thing that happened was that Naruto opened his mouth but quickly closed it, choosing to listen to Irika. Irika grabbed a piece of paper and started reading. You are failing ninjutsu, genjutsu, shinobi world history, and chakra theory. Irika's words seemed to hit the ninja in training like a hammer. Irika saw a very demoralized Naruto, which was the opposite of why he came here and tried to lift his spirits up a bit. On a brighter tone, you are doing good in survival skills, okay in taijutsu, and although you are barely passing shuriken jutsu, I think you can improve a lot with a few pointers and practice. Despite the slight praise, Naruto's mood didn't seem to improve. The blonde seemed to be trying to glare a hole through his floor, and Irika sighed. Look, I know that you don't enjoy it, but if you want to become a ninja, you'll have to graduate, and for that, you have to study and improve your grades. And for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Hearing those last words, Naruto looked up in astonishment. Why you are sorry? He said, slightly confused. Irika gave a grave nod. It's true that at the moment you aren't a good student, but it's also true that I haven't been a good teacher to you. I know what it is like to come home with no parents and that you rather do other things besides your studies. But it's important. I'm partially to blame for your academic performance, but starting tomorrow that will change. I will answer every question or doubt you have and try to explain it to you as best as I can. Naruto remained quiet as he scrutinized Irika with his cerulean eyes. Do you believe I can graduate? He asked in a low tone. Irika lifted an eyebrow at the blonde's behavior and reaction. It certainly wasn't the usual loud and confident blonde he was used to seeing in the academy. You know, I used to be a lot like you when I was your age. I used to play a lot of pranks and ignored my studies. I did worse in the academy than you are doing now. Still, eventually, someone made me become serious about being a ninja, and I graduated. So if I could, I believe you can. Naruto met Irika's gaze, and feeling that his teacher was being honest, he nodded wordlessly. I promise that I will be a better student from now on, and that I will graduate to Bayo. Irika was used to hearing the blonde make outlandish claims like how the blonde was going to become Hokage one day, but hearing his voice now seemed fueled with pure resolve, which made Irika nod in approval. Here is everything you have to catch up with. Irika signaled to the pile of books and scrolls on the table. You will need to study everything in there in order to pass this year, he said as he stood up to leave. To Naruto's credit, his face only faltered a bit at seeing how much he would have to study. Irika opened the door to leave when suddenly Naruto spoke. I'm sorry for being a difficult student, and thank you for believing in me. Irika turned around, and with a soft smile he said, No problem. After seeing the door close, Naruto returned to his kitchen, saw the book pile and sighed before composing himself. I'll get to you later, but right now, I have something to do, Dadabayo, he screamed while pointing at the books. It had taken him little time to find where the Senju compound was, and now he was going around the forest searching for the clearing he had met his mother in. He was running through the woods when he heard a thumping sound and someone screaming, 396, 397, 398. If I can't do 500 log kicks, then I'll do 1,000 squats. Naruto's hyperactive mind was momentarily distracted from his search as he followed the voice that kept on shouting. 404, 405, 406. After following the sounds of voice for a few seconds, he found a kid about his age with long black hair fastened in a braid who wore a cream tai chi uniform with brown pants. Naruto also noted that the kid had abnormally thick eyebrows. He observed him continue kicking the long for a few seconds before shrugging and continuing with his search. Eventually, Naruto found the clearing. He stood there analyzing every little aspect he remembered from his dream. Everything was an exact replica of his dream, from a specific patch of grass to where the tallest tree was, except for a small and slightly run-down cabin hidden behind some trees. Naruto gulped as he approached the nondescript cabin with a curious step and stopped in front of the door for a minute, not knowing really what to do. After staring blankly at the door for a minute, he slowly brought his hand to the rusty doorknob. As soon as his bare skin touched the cold metal, he felt a sense of familiarity overwhelm him as he heard a soft click that signaled the door was unlocked. After a slight push and the sound of a creaking door, Naruto's eyes were welcomed by the sight of an old closet, a bed, and a nightstand. Naruto's curious eyes danced over the small room in wonder until his cerulean orbs came to rest on something placed over the nightstand. Without taking his eyes off the object, Naruto walked with uncharacteristic carefulness next to it. Naruto made it to the nightstand only to stare in silent awe at the dusty picture that stood in there. Tears started coming out of his eyes as he softly started saying, "It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't a dream." Naruto laughed and cried simultaneously as he celebrated everything he learned about himself, be it good or bad, because it meant that he had a mother and father who had loved him. Naruto didn't know when, but he had grabbed the picture, sat on the small bed, and wordlessly admired the picture of his parents. It was a beautiful picture of the pair when they were 16 years old. Minato wore a baby blue kimono with yellow highlights. Kushina had on a beautiful pale yellow kimono with several flowers printed on it. Both had huge smiles on their faces as the fireworks exploded behind them. After staring at the picture for a while, Naruto put it back on top of the nightstand and began exploring the small cabin. He started with the closet. Standing before it, his eyes landed on some words randomly written in the closet. "Sword of Shinobi's Love," it read, which confused him a lot, but he opened the closet only to find some dusty covers, blankets, and old clothes that were too big for him. Some people might have seen it as trash, but to Naruto, there wasn't anything more valuable in the world at the moment. After examining the closet, Naruto opened the drawers of the nightstand only to find 2 scrolls next to a piece of paper. Naruto grabbed the paper and carefully read it over. Adoption form for Hatake Kakashi. His brows furrowed slightly as he remembered the name his mother had spoken. She had asked him if he lived in Kakashi, Tsunade, or Jiraiya. Who were they? Her mother knew them enough to expect him to live with them. Still, he was completely sure he had never met any of them. What had happened to them? Did they die like his parents? Did they ignore his existence because of the Kyuubi like everyone else? Did they even know that his mother was also a Jinchuriki? Naruto's thoughts had become rather dark rather quickly, and he had to snap himself out of his spiraling train of thought. Concentrating on other objects in the drawer, Naruto pulled both scrolls out and examined them before opening the yellow scroll he held onto in his right hand. He opened it only to find the kanji for family, taijutsu, ninjutsu, notes, and fuinjutsu. Naruto, without thinking, put his hand on the kanji for family and subconsciously let out a small pulse of chakra and envelope materialized out the scroll. Fuinjutsu, he said automatically as he stared in awe at the scroll and envelope. Naruto opened the envelope and found a letter from his father. Dear Naruto, it's me, your old man. Yep, I'm your father, Namikaze Minato, Yandame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. I'm pretty awesome. Huh? Actually, if you are reading this, I guess I wasn't that awesome, really. Naruto, I don't know what events led you to read this letter from me, but I just want you to know I'm sorry. There is nothing I would have liked more than to be there with you and watch you grow up with Kushina and be a family together. But it is my duty as your father to give up my life to keep you safe, and if you are reading this, it means that I accomplished it. I want you to know that although you haven't been born yet, you are already the best thing to ever happen to me. I wish I could have seen you grow into the great man and shinobi I know you will be. I love you, Naruto, and although I may have never told it to you in person or even met you yet, it doesn't make it any less true. Take care, my son, and know I'm proud of you. With love, Namikaze Minato. Naruto let some few fall on the letter as he read it. Thank you, Tuchan. Half-sobbed Naruto as he brought the letter close to his chest. For the most part, Naruto still had to digest that his father was the greatest hero the village had ever seen. On top of that, he was holding what could possibly be the most valuable scroll in the whole ninja world. He just couldn't believe it, but when he turned his head to see the picture of his parents together, it just had to be true. Kachan wasn't joking when she said I was a chibified version of Tuchan. He thought as he touched his shorter hair. He folded the letter back into the envelope with great care as he shifted his eyes to the rest of the scroll. Normally, he would have dived right into the ninjutsu part, trying to find some kick-ass jutsu to show the people how cool he was, but after reading his father's words, he wanted to approach this with precaution. Naruto then turned his eyes to the red scroll he assumed was placed there by his mother and opened it. It looked identical to his father's scroll, but instead of saying family, it said clan history. Naruto repeated the same process as he did with Minato's scroll, and another envelope appeared from the larger scroll. Naruto quickly opened the new envelope and found another letter and a deep red covered book with a swirl in the center. My baby Naruto, I really hope that you never get to read this letter. But if you are, I'm sorry for not being there with you. You are the most precious thing to have ever happened to me, and I'm glad that you are at least safe. I'm not really good with letters, but I want you to know that I love you so much that it hurts to write this letter. Don't you ever forget or question how much I love you. And because I love you so much, I made you this gift. In this scroll, you will find everything there is to know about our clan. From the traditions and values we had to the powerful techniques that once made our clan feared throughout the elemental nations. Since, sadly, I'm no longer there, you are the one who needs to carry the Uzumaki name. I have complete confidence that you will make me and the clan proud of the Uzumaki you will become. Good luck, Naruto, and never ever give up. With the eternal love of a mother, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto's tears flowed without restraint at this point, but he smiled nonetheless. Several questions formed at the back of his young mind, like why did the Hokage not tell him about his parents or the Kyuubi? The Hokage had known his parents. It was impossible for him not to know, and the whole village seemed to know about the Kyuubi. His mother had told her about how Kumo had attempted to kidnap her because of who she was and how his father saved him. Would they try to kidnap him just like they did with her? With all those questions, Naruto decided to store them at the back of his mind like he often did with the most depressing matters of his life. Having buried the more morbid and depressing thoughts, Naruto concentrated on the book that had appeared along with his mother's letter. Grabbing the old deep red covered, Naruto read the title out loud. The Uzumaki clan. The clan that rules the whirlpools. Although Naruto wasn't one for books, he handled it with extreme care. He felt excited at the prospect of learning something about his clan. Opening the old book, Naruto delved right in. Naruto yawned as he closed the book. He had read a good portion and learned about the lore and traditions of his clan, from their blessed bodies with huge chakra reserves and vitality to their prowess as censors and sealing masters. The Uzumakis were also known for their fiery and outgoing personalities, determination, and belief to never go back on their word. Above everything an Uzumaki has, the most valuable and important thing is their word. A true Uzumaki never goes back on their word. Naruto took those words to heart. Naruto wanted to keep reading about his clan, but remembered he had made a promise today. He had promised to be a better student to Iruka, and according to his mother, he also needed proper amounts of sleep, so he decided to leave things for now and go to his apartment. He exited the small cabin, observing that the sun had already set and the moon floated in the starry sky of Konoha. Trying to remember the path he took on his way here, Naruto started walking around the dark forest. He continued to walk until he heard the shouting and thumping he had heard earlier that day. Getting curious again, Naruto followed the noise only to see the same kid from earlier still practicing. However, he now had a much more sluggish pace. 1904, 1905, just 5 punches more. The voice shouted in an exhausted tone. After finishing the next 5 punches, the kid plummeted to the ground like a puppet with his strings cut. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need help?" Naruto asked as he approached the now resting kid. The kid made to stand but instantly fell back on his ass. It was then that Naruto noted who truly trashed he was. His skin of knuckles was torn off and his pants had holes. "Hi, I'm fine. I was doing a little training, and now I just need to return to my house and rest," he said in a suspiring, cheerful voice, considering how beat up he looked. "Right?" said Naruto as he saw the slightly older kid attempt to stand again, only to fail. He tried to analyze how he was looking at him. He saw that his eyes didn't hold the usual contempt he was accustomed to and decided to approach him to help him stand up. "Thanks. My name is Rock Lee," he said between ragged breaths as Naruto slung Lee's arm over his shoulder. "Nice to meet you, Lee. My name is..." Naruto was afraid of how Lee would react to him if he knew him by name, but decided to trust the look in Lee's eyes. "Uzumaki Naruto." He paused again to see if something in Lee's demeanor changed, but was glad to see his smile didn't falter. "I'll help you home. So what are you doing training like that? Are you in the ninja academy? I don't remember seeing you there," Naruto said, attempting to make a conversation. "Hi Naruto-san. I'm in the last year of the academy. Are you also in the academy?" "Yeah, I think I'm a year behind you. You must be pretty awesome if you train that hard." Lee's demeanor instantly changed. "Actually, I'm the dead last of my class," he murmured in an embarrassed tone. Naruto laughed good-naturedly but stopped when he saw Lee glaring at him. "Sorry, it's just that I'm also the dead last of my class. I just find it funny that we ran into each other." With that, Lee returned to his usual demeanor as they continued walking to Lee's home. A week later, after meeting Lee, Naruto was trying his damn hardest to concentrate in class and listen to Iruka's last lecture of the day. He really was, but right now his mind revolved around 3 names: Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi. He didn't even have their last names to go off from. Were they shinobi? They seemed close with his parents, and shinobi often only hung out with other shinobi for the most part. This much he had picked up when he saw the uniformed man and women throughout the village. If they were shinobi, did they die on a mission, and why had he not met them if they weren't? He knew that those people couldn't be related to him by blood. After all, he was probably the last survivor of the Uzumaki clan, and he read in one of Minato's journals that he had also been an orphan. So blood ties were out of the picture, and also, if they were family and alive, they would be with him, right? The fact that he held the Kyuubi shouldn't have scarred his family away. But this Jiraiya guy is supposed was with my parents and Kakashi, my brother. Aren't families supposed to love each other? For Naruto to know that his parents had loved him made him feel special and whole, but the fact that the people that his mother expected to be with him hadn't ever shown up still made him feel Well, he didn't quite know. He continued his thoughts as a frown developed on his features, and he gained a blank look in sky-blue eyes. Naruto. He seldom heard his name being called, but it didn't quite register. Naruto. The voice became louder. Naruto. Huh? What happened? He said dumbly as the class erupted in laughter except for a select few. Irika just had to take a big breath. I asked what battle brought the Third Shinobi World War to an end? Oh, the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, in which Naruto trailed off before recuperating. My idol, the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, brought down the last push from a Wagakure to cross the border between Hai no Kuni and Kusa no Kuni. There was a moment of stunned silence from the class in which multiple mouths hung open, pairs of eyes were repeatedly blinking, and a smile formed on the face of a lavender-eyed girl. You forgot to say that he killed 1,000 ninjas in that battle alone. A loud voice came from a random student in the class. You are wrong, Naruto said simply, which caused some to look at him like he had just reverted to the normal Naruto everyone knew. At the same time, a few more educated eyed the blonde to see what he would say next. The Yondaime didn't defeat 1,000 shinobi in that battle. That was his number of confirmed kills all through the war. Baka! Several voices screamed at the top of their lungs as Irika tried to get the class back in order. I don't understand why you admire the Yondaime that much. It's not like you'll ever be like him, said Kiba in a dismissive that invited challenge. Oh, that struck a nerve that Naruto didn't even know he had. For the first time in his life, Naruto became angry, truly angry, and he couldn't quite put a finger on the reason. Was it the first part of the statement? I don't understand why you admire the Yondaime that much. Didn't they know what he did for everyone? What had he sacrificed? Who had he sacrificed? Or was it the second part of the statement? It's not like you'll ever be like him. Shut the fuck up. Naruto swore and abruptly stood from his seat as he pierced Kiba with a glare that slightly unnerved Kiba. Naruto was about to take the first step toward Kiba when he heard Irika's booming voice. Naruto, don't you dare take another step. Naruto slowly shifted his eyes towards Irika's own, who met the glare unflinchingly. Ha! As if you could do something low dash. Still locking eyes with the blonde, Irika's voice shifted target. Kiba, you better not finish that sentence. And promptly, the Inuzuka shut his snout. Although Irika was a pretty easygoing teacher, besides being academically demanding, he was still a seasoned chunin who had served years on the field. Sit down, Naruto. He didn't raise his voice, but it still held the same level of strictness. As the room filled with tense silence, Naruto kept the staring contest with his teacher before moving the slightest of nods, and he roughly and begrudgingly flopped back in his seat. The tense silence continued before Irika awkwardly coughed into his fist. Actually, Naruto is right, he said, surprising almost everyone. It's a misconception that the Yondaime Hokage defeated 1,000 IWA shinobi in that battle alone. Although there is no official record of how many shinobi fell to Yondaime-sama, it's a pretty safe assumption that the number is around that number. Most of the students remained speechless. Irika didn't know how to continue after what just transpired. Luckily, he didn't have to because the bell rang at that moment, signaling the end of classes for the day. With a scowl, Naruto packed his things and was about to head out to train with Lee. He had bonded a little with him since Naruto always saw him training on his way to the clearing, where he would read about his clan and his father's notes. He had been so immersed in both Minato's journals and all the scrolls and books regarding the history of his clan that he hadn't touched anything else at the moment. He would go straight there after leaving the academy and read them for hours. Who would have thought it? Uzumaki Naruto was reading books and actually enjoying it. After that, he would practice a little on what Irika needed to improve to pass this year. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, Konoha history, and chakra theory. He actually knocked out a bit of Konoha just by reading his father's journals, and he could have also advanced in chakra theory, if he only understood what the hell his father wrote. Naruto was about to reach the door when he heard Irika's voice, which still held an air of authority. Naruto, stay here and wait for a moment, please. Naruto just let out a moan but stayed nonetheless. Naruto heard someone snickering before Irika spoke again. Kiba, I wouldn't be laughing if I was you. You are coming with me. said in a less kind tone. Irika exited the classroom with Kiba next to him, looking not too pleased while Akamaru whined on top of his head. Naruto took a seat at one of the desks near the door and saw as the other students exited the room one by one. However, he completely missed the worried glance Hinata threw him before leaving. Leaving Naruto alone in the classroom was perhaps a miscalculation on Irika's part. Naruto's bored mind had enough time to devise a prank to teach Kiba a lesson. Speaking of pranks, Irika was just coming back from chewing the shit out of Kiba for the insensitive comment he had made about the yondaime. Irika wouldn't call the man his idol like Naruto, but everyone who had seen the beast and lived to tell the tale was eternally grateful to yondaime. There wouldn't be any disrespect towards the man on his watch. Irika opened the door and thought he caught Naruto sitting abruptly but shrugged it off. He approached the blonde with a neutral expression on his face. Naruto, you shouldn't be picking fights with your classmates. But Irika-sensei, he sighed. Irika lifted a hand, cutting off Naruto. I know what he said, and believe me, Kiba won't be doing it again, but you shouldn't lose your temper the way you did. Naruto muttered an apology that he totally didn't mean, and Irika sighed and decided to change the topic. Where did you learn that expression? What expression? Could you say it so I know what you are talking about? He said with a grin. The edges of Irika's mouth threatened to form the beginning of a smile, but he tried to keep a stern expression. Don't play with me, Naruto. You shouldn't be using that sort of language in my class. Well, you should be using it in general. Irika lectured. You also need to concentrate in class, Naruto. You did a good job, but you should concentrate more. If you space out, you will miss what I'm teaching. But you have been improving, Naruto. Naruto smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. I know I'm awesome. You still have a lot to catch up, Naruto. But good job, just try to keep it up. I will. I promise. And Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word. Irika let a small smile appear on his face. Okay, Naruto, but I have some homework for you. Naruto groaned and Irika channeled his teacher persona. Now, Naruto, don't be like that. This will help you concentrate a little more and help with your ninjutsu. Ha! Naruto instantly felt a slight touch on his forehead, and when his eyes looked up, he saw a leaf sticking to his forehead. You are going to be doing leaf concentration exercises. It should help you concentrate, and it will improve your ninjutsu. Not this again. Yes, Naruto, this again. Concentration is key for a shinobi. You will be practicing this exercise to stop losing focus on my class. Naruto just sighed in resignation. Okay, Irika-sensei. Good. Naruto was about to leave when Irika spoke again. Naruto, thanks for dialing it down on the pranks in my class. I don't know what you are talking about, Irika-sensei. I haven't done any pranks, he said as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Naruto, I'm not dumb. I know you have continued your pranks, and just because I haven't caught you yet doesn't mean I don't know it's you. Naruto just gave him a huge and devious grin. His mother had told him that even if he was going to keep up the pranks, at least not be caught, and he was precisely doing that. Although everyone knew it was Naruto doing the pranks, they didn't have any proof yet, but they also had zero doubts that he was behind every last one of them. It was the best of both worlds for him, actually. Everyone knew he had done them. Irika couldn't punish him for it. Whatever, Irika-sensei. See you on Monday. And Naruto rushed out of the classroom with tremendous speed. Irika just shook his head, smiled, and opened one drawer in his desk to get some papers out to grade. But when he opened it, he received a splash of paint right on his face. Irika blinked a couple of times before he realized it was orange paint. Naruto! Irika had grumbled and complained about the paint and having to remove it, but that prankster side of him, that one that had been his loyal companion throughout his years as an academy student, inwardly smiled at the prank. Chapter 7: The Duality of Families. Ugh! Naruto groaned as he stood up from the cold ground after he received a roundhouse kick from Lee right in his ribs. Come on, bushy brows. Let's wrap it up for today. It's freezing out here, and it's already dark, he complained. The winter in Konoha had begun as they found themselves in the first week of December. Although it seemed that Hi-no-Kuni wouldn't be getting any snow this year, the temperature was still low, and combined with the fact the sun had long since set, Naruto was cold. Please, Naruto-san. Just 3 more rounds, and then we can leave." Naruto grunted at Lee, not too pleased with him, but decided to grant Lee's request. He wasn't that tired. In fact, Lee seemed to be more tired than him, but now, Naruto just wanted to curl up under a warm blanket and go to sleep. He had to give Lee some credit, though. The few times he didn't feel like training that hard, Lee would motivate him by kicking his ass. Training with Lee had proved beneficial for his taijutsu, and they had been training together every day since Lee suggested the idea. Well, not every day. One night, they were walking towards their home and decided to strike up a conversation. During that conversation, he realized that Lee was not only an orphan like him, but that his parents had also died in the Kyuubi attack and now lived with his grandfather. He knew that it wasn't his fault, but it made him slightly guilty. Besides, in his mind, it was only a matter of time before Lee found out the truth. He had come to the conclusion that only adults knew about the Kyuubi being sealed inside him and that they weren't allowed to talk about it in public, at least. No one ever referred to him as a Jinchuriki or never insinuated anything that would suggest that he was one. It was bizarre, but he assumed it would only be a matter of time before Lee found out something. So, after that day, Naruto stopped going training with Lee. He only returned when he found Lee waiting for him at the academy's exit after missing 2 training sessions. Lee had gone into a speech that Naruto should never give up and needed to continue training hard. Naruto couldn't really refuse Lee after that, so he just followed him to their training spot. They did the last 3 rounds, with Lee winning 2 and Naruto 1, bringing the total for the day to 13 rounds for Naruto and 22 for Lee. After catching their breath for a while and cooling down, they started to make their way out of their training spot. "So, bushy brows, are you ready to graduate? There is only a week left of classes." Lee nodded excitedly. "I'm ready. I can't wait to be a genin and to start to prove to people that I can be a splendid ninja, even though I can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu." Naruto nodded before what Lee said could sink in. It took him a moment for him to realize what Lee just said, and when he did, he exploded. "You can't use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. How in the hell are you going to graduate?" Naruto's outburst didn't surprise Lee, so he calmly explained the situation. "It's not that I can't really use ninjutsu or jinjutsu. It's just that I have no talent for either of them, so I focus solely on my taijutsu skills." "But how are you going to graduate?" Naruto interrupted. "Hokage-sama called me into his office some days ago saying that there was a jonin willing to take me as his genin as long as I pass an exam he has set up for me, and Hokage-sama approved. Hokage-sama and that jonin-san are truly kind people, and I can't wait to show them how much I appreciate their belief in me." Naruto frowned at the mention of the Hokage. He had only seen him once since he learned the truth about everything, and when he saw him, he was so conflicted about what to do that he barely spoke. He was sad, angry, and disappointed with the Hokage. He had known all along. He just had to know and never once talked to him about it. Why couldn't he know? Did he even realize how many nights filled with pain would have gone away just with the knowledge of him being loved? Still, he had always been kind to him, but he just couldn't see him like always after being lied to. If that had been the only thing he thought, that maybe he could have forgiven the old man for it, but the fact that there was zero information about the Uzumaki clan made his blood boil. The Chunin and Jonin paraded the village with his clan insignia without having a clue of what it meant. He had been the Hokage during the fall of Uzushio in the Second Shinobi World War. Why didn't they teach about his clan in the academy? History wasn't a big part of what they learned, but Irika mentioned a lot of the most important clans more than once. "Naruto-san, is something wrong?" Lee's voice broke him out of his thoughts. "Oh, it's nothing." He tried to dismiss it, not wanting to explain anything to Lee. "Are you sure, Naruto-san?" Naruto knew that Lee wouldn't just drop it, so he decided to come up with a reasonable answer. "It is just that I'm going to miss training with you." That was true enough. "I feel that I have improved a lot since we started training." This was true. Naruto's taijutsu had improved considerably by sparring daily with Lee, but that wasn't where the benefits ended. He had come up with the idea of practicing his taijutsu and his chakra control at the same time. He tried to balance a leaf on his head. He could only do it while practicing katas or hitting the log, since sparring Lee tended to take most of his concentration away. Regardless of being unable to spar whilst balancing the leaf on his head, his training had helped him get the hang of Kaorimi no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, and Henge no Jutsu, transformation jutsu. He hadn't mastered them yet, but more often than not, he could do them. But when you graduate, you will go on exciting missions and train with your team and your sensei, and we won't really have time to train together. That's all. The answer he gave was true enough. He will certainly miss training with Lee. He didn't know if Lee considered him a friend, but Naruto sure did, his first real friend. Lee nodded in understanding and contemplated what to say. Don't worry, Naruto. I'm sure I can always find time to see a friend. He finished with a smile. Naruto stopped dead in his tracks as his eyes widened. Why you consider me a friend? Lee just nodded as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Don't you? A huge grin filled Naruto's head as he nodded. Say, I was planning on having ramen tonight. Wanna join me? Lee just nodded excitedly, and both made their way to Ichiraku's. The bell rang, and Naruto started to get his lunch out. He eyed it with misery clear in his eyes. It was just some plain onigiri that were barely holding themselves together. I would also be sad if that was my lunch. Naruto looked to his left only to see Choji looking at him with pity in his eyes. They had been sitting together during the class with Shikamaru. What's with that lunch? You usually bring chips or something less sad. Naruto just let out a huge sigh. I know, but I promised someone I would start eating better and well, I don't really know how to cook, and no one can teach me. This is the only thing I kind of know how to make at home. Naruto had asked Tucci if he could teach him how to cook, but funnily enough, Tucci was a disaster in the kitchen when he wasn't cooking ramen. He almost burned Naruto's apartment to the ground by accident. The old man had profusely apologized to Naruto, but Naruto just laughed it off. He actually found it pretty hilarious looking back at the memory. I could ask my mother to teach you, although my parents are out of town dealing with some clan business and won't come back until the Rinne festival. In the meantime, I can share what I brought today with me. It's just barbecue left over from yesterday's dinner. That's healthy enough, right? Offered Choji. Thanks a ton, Choji. I really didn't want to eat this. And are you sure your parents wouldn't mind? He asked skeptically. Choji was about to respond, but a yawn followed by a third voice interrupted him to it. I can ask my mother. She always says my father and I don't appreciate her cooking enough. I'm sure she will be fine with it. I thought you were sleeping, Shikamaru, Choji said. The troublesome bell woke me up in time to listen to your conversation. Anyway, what do you say, Naruto? Shikamaru actually had a reason for this invitation besides helping the blonde orphan. Not that it was the whole reason for his invitation, but he saw it as a way to kill two birds with one stone. He had long since noticed that adults had a special distaste for Naruto and was curious about it. Sure, the blonde could be extremely troublesome in his own words, but he never did anything too bad. The prank of dyeing Kiba's and Akamaru's hair orange and releasing cats on the Inuzuka compound had been hilarious. It caused a bunch of problems, but it was the only time he felt that Naruto might have crossed a line. However, the adults had always disliked Naruto way before that prank. He was curious to see how his parents would react to the blonde's presence. He also took notice of Naruto's reaction and hesitance. It seems that he knows that adults don't like him that much. Sure, thanks, Shika, answered a still doubtful Naruto. Cool. Let's go today after class. Tea today? But you haven't even asked your mother if she is fine with helping me. I'm sure she won't mind, Naruto, and maybe that way, you don't have to eat something so depressing tomorrow or share lunch with Choji. He was sure that Choji would have shared his lunch again no matter how hard it would have been for him. It was just who he was. As for his parents, well, he wasn't really sure, but he hoped this didn't backfire on Naruto. Naruto simply nodded to Shikamaru and started sharing lunch with Choji. The amount of food would have normally been enough for two children but not for an Akimichi and Uzumaki Naruto. While the three conversed, a pale-eyed girl with blue midnight hair listened to the conversation with a frown. She only hoped she could do something to help Naruto. After thinking for a while, she got an idea, and it was perfect since he would be busy most of the afternoon. Once the day was finished, Naruto told Shikamaru and Choji to wait for him. Naruto just went to tell Lee that he would be learning how to cook, and Lee just said that a good diet is important to see results in training. After that, Naruto met up with Shikamaru and Choji, and they went their way towards Shikamaru's house. Naruto was nervous, to say the least. He was quiet and fidgeting. Oh man, why did I agree to this? If something goes wrong, Shikamaru will stop talking to me and probably Choji too. His nerves didn't go unnoticed by Shikamaru. Naruto, stop worrying. My mother is a troublesome woman, but she is pretty nice to our guests. Shikamaru is right. Yoshino Oba-san has always been nice to me, said Choji, trying to calm down Naruto. Naruto just nodded but still remained rather nervous, although slightly less so. As they entered the Nara compound, the look some of his clansmen threw at Naruto didn't escape Shikamaru, and a frown developed on his face. Even people from my clan seemed to have some sort of problem with Naruto. I'm pretty sure I would recall if he ever played some sort of prank on my clan. The few glares and skeptical looks also didn't escape Naruto, but not wanting to mess with Shikamaru's clan, he decided to concentrate on the compound itself. The compound was located at the south edges of the village, and it held an air of tranquility and peace that Naruto wasn't really known for. The compound was on the outskirts of a forest. It didn't quite compare to the jungle surrounding the Senju compound, and the feeling of virgin nature wasn't there, but it was a nice place. Shikamaru slid the door to his home open. Tadaima, Ka-san, he said lazily. Okiri Shikamaru. Naruto wasn't a jealous person, but that simple exchange of words hit Naruto like a sledgehammer to the gut. He saw how Shikamaru barely reacted with a grunt, and he couldn't help that his hand balled up into a fist. Must be nice, he thought as he studied the floor. Oh, hi Choji-kun, and who is this? A curious voice that Naruto never had heard brought him back from his thoughts. His eyes met the brown ones of the woman with fair skin, dark brown hair made into a ponytail with 3 strands framing her face, and she wore a dark pink shirt under an apron. A few seconds of silence went by as Naruto had been caught off guard, and his nerves suddenly returned, making his mouth dry. Shikamaru and Choji just eyed Naruto, a little bewildered by Naruto's shyness, while the woman just stood expectantly. Well, Shikamaru, aren't you going to introduce us? She said scoldingly. Shikamaru was careful and bit his tongue to avoid muttering his signature word in front of his mom. He may give his dad a hard time for being whipped, but he was also careful not to trigger the woman. This is Uzumaki Naruto. He is in my year at the academy. Naruto, this is my mom Yoshino. Yoshino instantly recognized the name. Almost everyone above a specific age knew of Naruto by name and his status as Konoha's Jinchuriki. She just eyed the blonde with curiosity. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Welcome to our home, she said with a small smile. Thanks. It's nice to meet you too, Yoshino-san Tabeo, stammered Naruto. Yoshino felt the whispers of familiarity as she looked at the little blonde but didn't know what caused it, so she brushed it off. Shikamaru studied his mom carefully to see if there was any reaction, but other than curiosity, he didn't find anything. I'll bring you something to eat while you guys hang out, said Yoshino. Actually, Ka-san, Naruto here wanted to learn how to cook and told him you wouldn't have any problems teaching him. You don't, right? Yoshino was actually surprised by the request and a little glad. Sure, I don't mind, she said before, and an idea developed in her head. Actually, I think you should also learn how to cook as well. That way you can help prepare dinner. Shikamaru almost fell over after hearing his mother's words. Leave it to his mother to spin his plans around and turn the situation into a troublesome one. Still, he knew better than to complain. Even through his mental complaining, it didn't escape his mind how Naruto behaved. It was strange, to say the least. He half expected Naruto to call his mother old or something. Sounds good to me, said Choji, a little excited at the prospect of food. Good. Follow me to the kitchen, responded Yoshino, and the 3 little shinobi in training followed her. As they walked silently to the kitchen, they passed a hallway with pictures hanging from the wall. Naruto's eyes fixated on a particular frame. It was a picture of 4 people. A white-haired man standing next to a chubby-looking kid, a girl with brown hair tied in some sort of knot, and a blonde with spiky hair and blue eyes. Naruto stopped abruptly to analyze the picture, and unless he was mistaken, he was pretty sure that it was his father, although looking much younger than in the picture he had. He wore an unzipped gray tracksuit with 3 blue stripes that went down the sleeves. Underneath, he wore mesh armor and finished his outfit with deep blue pants and black shinobi boots. What's wrong, Naruto? said an annoyed Shikamaru after nearly bumping into Naruto. Naruto didn't turn his head to address Shikamaru. Is that the Yondaime Hokage? Yoshino stopped in her tracks when she heard those words and peered over her shoulder only to see the three kids staring at the picture that she thought they would be looking at. She approached them as she smiled at the old photo. He is. You have a good eye. Almost no one would recognize him when he looks like a kid. We actually were on the same genin team when we graduated from the academy. That was Minato, he was Hiroto, and he is Jiraiya-sensei, and that was me when I was your age. She pointed at the members of Team Jiraiya one by one. Jiraiya! That name instantly got Naruto's attention. Yoshino nodded. Jiraiya of the Sannin, he was our sensei. The Sannin, that was one of his monikers. He earned it while fighting alongside Tsunade-sama in the Second Shinobi World War with that Orochimaru traitor. It must be him. It makes sense. If he was Tuchan's sensei, they must have been close. Yoshino's smile became a little melancholic. I haven't seen Jiraiya-sensei in years. We are all that's left of our team. Takai died during the Third War and Minato. Well, you know what happened, she said, trying not to touch the subject of Kyuubi. Where is he? Jiraiya? Naruto asked suddenly. Yoshino went deep in thought. I don't really know. Jiraiya-sensei was never the type to stay in the village for too long. He enjoyed long missions that would let him meet new places and faces. I think the last time I saw him was more than 11 years ago. A frown then came to her face. The last I heard was that he was writing some books. And the rest of the Sannin? I remember hearing about them. But aren't they supposed to be famous? I heard of them being in the village, said a curious Shikamaru. Tsunade-sama left the village when the Third Shinobi World War ended and hasn't returned back, at least to my knowledge, but I didn't know her that much. As for Orochimaru, well, he is a nuke-nin. He defected some years ago. It was a huge scandal, and they haven't caught him yet. I didn't know you were in the same team as the Yondaime when you were a genin. You never told me about it, said Shikamaru. It was a long time ago, and well, there are some things I rather not remember. It was true. In the shinobi world, if someone doesn't share information that they aren't prohibited from sharing, they either don't trust you, are ashamed of what happened, it's too painful to remember, or it is not your business. Sometimes all four were factored in. Anyway, let's go to the kitchen and start your lessons. And they started walking again. What was he like? Asked Naruto. Said Yoshino. The Yondaime Hokage. Naruto clarified quickly. What was he like? Oh well, Minato was brilliant and driven. He always had great aspirations, even when he was just a genin. He always dreamed about being Hokage. He was certainly a genius. Although he never referred to himself as one, he picked things faster than anyone did. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, tactical analysis, leadership, even fuinjutsu. But for all his talent, he never slacked off. She threw a not-so-subtle glance at her son. He believed that his talent was only a reason to work harder. He was also humble, although he learned some flashiness from Jiraiya-sensei, but he never had a big head. Not that he would have been allowed to, she said, and a small smile formed in her face. Above all, Minato was loyal and kind, but would show no mercy when someone endangered those close to him. That's part of the reason he made a great Hokage. He loved the village to a fault. Naruto drank all the words Yoshino spoke as if they were water on a scorching day. Why the interest in him in particular? Asked Yoshino. Naruto was about to respond with the truth but closed his mouth before he revealed it. He is Naruto's idol, supplied Choji. He has always admired him as far as I can remember. Really? She turned to look at Naruto and smiled. He is a good idol to have. Do you want to be a Hokage just like him? Yoshino said as they arrived at the kitchen. Naruto went deep in thought. What did it mean to be Hokage? To love the village? Sure, he thought the village was beautiful, but he knew it wasn't just about loving the village itself. It also meant the villagers. To be willing to sacrifice everything and anything for the good of the village. To love the villagers. He was grateful to the Ichirakus, but they were just two people. He didn't have to ask himself if he loved the rest of the villagers or maybe even the village. It was a treacherous and dangerous thought he didn't like to entertain and always tried to ignore. He was training to be a shinobi of the village. Any and all negative thoughts about the village didn't have a place in a shinobi's mind, according to what he had been taught in the academy. Now, as for Yoshino's question, did he want to be Hokage? Seeing the decisions his father had to make and what the third had hidden from him was the slap that woke him up to stare at the meaning of what it truly was to be Hokage. And although he didn't think he could do it, he still respected the position because it was something he didn't know he could ever do. It wasn't just about being skilled, working hard, and strong. If it were, his confidence would have let him say yes, but it just wasn't the case. He couldn't just work hard to love the village. No, I don't think I want to be Hokage. The words felt weird coming out of his mouth, but not necessarily wrong. Shikamaru's and Choji's jaws nearly hit the floor as they spoke in unison. What? But I do want to surpass him as shinobi, Databeo. Again, Yoshino felt the whispers of a memory in the recesses of her mind, but put it off for later. It's good that you also have high goals and expectations, she said with a smile before throwing Shikamaru another one of her looks. Shikamaru and Choji were about to question him on why the lifelong dream he would shout for everyone to hear was no longer his ambition, but Naruto cut them off before they could even finish a word and asked Yoshino to start the lesson. Shikamaru and Choji were left with a doubt in their minds. It didn't sit well with him to say out loud that he didn't love the villagers, and it would raise questions he definitely didn't want to answer. Yoshino began teaching the three of them. One of the kids was really motivated to learn, another just went along with it, and the last one found the situation extremely troublesome. After a couple of hours, Shikamaru took advantage of how Naruto was his mother's main focus and decided to take a nap on the dining table. And Choji didn't really advance because he kept eating everything. Yoshino chose to put the scolding Shikamaru would receive on hold and focused on teaching Naruto. You are really motivated to learn, aren't you? It's good to see someone motivated in this home for a change. She joked with him and showed him how to cut some vegetables. Naruto was a truly alright kid, in her opinion. Initially, he was a little nervous and shy, but he quickly overcame it. Sure, she could see the energy that had gotten him in trouble in the past, and he might have lacked some manners. Still, considering his situation, it wasn't completely unexpected. He was a good kid in her book. Naruto laughed and then answered, I made a promise to someone to start eating better, and I kind of need to learn how to cook to keep that promise, you know? Yoshino raised a questioning eyebrow as she cut a fish. You are doing all this for a promise? Naruto nodded fervently. Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word, Tabeo. Uzumaki never goes back on his word, she mentally repeated before her eyes widened, and he turned her head fast enough to make her neck crack. She almost thought she could see two ghosts standing behind Naruto, the ghost of her blonde teammate and a rough-tempered kunoichi with long, silky red hair. The only thing that brought her out of her stupor was the sudden and sharp pain she felt in her left hand. Looking down, she saw that she had accidentally cut herself. The cut was deep and bleeding. Naruto saw her bleeding hand. Are you okay? He asked, slightly worried. I'm sorry for distracting you, Naruto said, a little afraid. Yoshino just smiled sweetly. It was my fault. Don't worry about it. I'll just get something for this and be right back. Yoshino did just that, and she passed the hallway that led to the bathroom when she saw her old Genin team's picture, and her eyes bored into Minato. They are identical but he can't be. She knew Kushina had been pregnant, but she thought the baby had died with her, and now it all made sense. Minato had sealed the QB in his son. Her heart instantly went out to Naruto as she realized how bad a hand he truly had been dealt right from the day he was born. Does he even know? He doesn't seem to know. Why would something like this be kept from him? She questioned herself before she realized that it must have been for Naruto's safety. She thought about telling him, but it could spring up trouble. If she told him and it turned out that they weren't his parents, she would have just given hope to an orphan that wasn't true, or if it was true, it probably was a village secret and she could get in all sorts of problems. Also, if word got out that he was indeed the last remaining Uzumaki and son of the Yondaime Hokage, there was no telling how many people would be attempting to get to him. Either way, she felt it wasn't her place to tell him. She barely knew him but thought she couldn't act like the boy didn't exist. While Yoshino was tending to her wound and dealing with a mental storm, The lazy head of the Nara clan arrived at his home. As usual, he didn't even bother to make his presence known. He smelled food in the air and lazily made his way to the kitchen, only to be extremely surprised by what he saw. Shikaku's eyes traveled from his equally lazy son to Choji, finally resting on Naruto. It was quite bizarre to find Konoha's resident Jinchuriki, the #1 prankster, cooking in his house, in all places. His mind instantly started to go through all the possible reasons why Naruto was cooking in his home before he arrived at a conclusion. Troublesome, like you wouldn't believe. Shikamaru didn't bother to lift his head from the table or open his eyes. Naruto just turned his head to see a man he assumed was Shikamaru's dad standing in the middle of the kitchen. He was quite at a loss for words on what to do at the moment. Luckily, Shikaku seemed to read his mind. "Nara Shikaku, nice to meet you and that sort of thing. Carry on," he said before leisurely sitting beside his son and greeting Choji. This time, Shikamaru did lift his head. "Naruto wanted to learn how to cook, and I told him Mom would be willing to teach him, and now we are here." Shikaku lazily nodded as Yoshino entered the kitchen again and greeted his lazy husband. He noticed Yoshino looked paler than usual and seemed to be eyeing Naruto out of the corner of her eye every few seconds. He locked eyes with her and raised an eyebrow, but Yoshino wordlessly made him understand that she would tell him later. After a while, they finished cooking, and dinner was ready. Yoshino set the table up before taking a seat. Naruto just stood there awkwardly, not knowing what to do. "Thank you for teaching me, Yoshino Oba-chan." Naruto mentally cursed after accidentally calling Yoshino auntie. "Gee, good night." Yoshino turned to look at him oddly. "Don't be silly. You helped me cook dinner. You are eating with us." Her tone was gentle enough but left no room for discussion. Naruto's eyes widened, and he didn't know what to do. Yoshino smiled reassuredly at him and signaled to sit beside Shikamaru with her hand. Naruto did so, and his nerves started creeping up, but once again, he calmed himself and started showing his more outgoing personality, making Yoshino and Choji laugh, and both Naraman to crack several smiles. The fish turned out great, and Naruto ate just about anything that wasn't green. Once dinner was done, Naruto and Choji said their goodbyes, and only the three Nara remained. Shikamaru was deep in thought as he remained at the table with his parents. "Is something wrong, Shikamaru?" asked the Nara clan head. "Can I ask you something?" A frown was clearly evident on his face. "What is it? Why do adults avoid Naruto like the plague? He is not very popular with kids my age, but adults seem to have it bad for him, although it seemed that neither of you had a problem with him." Yoshino was surprised by the question and her son's perceptiveness. At the same time, Shikaku just thought about an answer to give without relaying more information than he had to. He has done a lot of pranks, but only one was a little over the line, and adults already seemed to have a problem with him before. "Did he do anything wrong that I don't know?" "No," his mother's voice stated firmly. "He hasn't done anything wrong. But why don't people like him?" Shikaku threw a look at Yoshino that said to let him handle this one. "How do you feel about Naruto?" "How do I feel about Naruto? Well, to be honest, I never thought about it. He can be troublesome and act like an idiot sometimes, but he is funny and seems different lately." "Different? How so?" "He used to be more troublesome a couple of months ago, but now he is a little calmer and pays attention in the academy. He had always been the dead last, but he is improving slowly. He had always dreamt about being Hokage and would never shut up about it. But today he said he no longer wanted to be one. I don't think he gave up on being Hokage or thinks he can't be one, because then he wouldn't say he wants to surpass the Yondaime Hokage. I guess we aren't really friends right now, but he is all right." "I see. Then you should do what you want to do. If you want to be his friend, go right ahead." Shikamaru nodded, not noticing how his father had avoided the question. "I think you should invite him more often. I like him," she said in a faraway voice. "Maybe he can pass some of his drive on to you." She spoke again in her usual tone. "I doubt it," said Shikamaru. Shikaku also doubted but refrained from expressing his opinion. "What was that?" Yoshino was glaring at Shikamaru. "And nothing, that's what I thought." After a while, Shikamaru went to bed and left Yoshino and Shikaku at the dinner table. Yoshino just sat with her hands crossed as she bore a hole through the table. Shikaku let her be momentarily before asking what thoughts were going through her mind. Do your thoughts have anything to do with our blonde guest? Yoshino looked up at her husband, stood up, and signaled for him to follow her. He did. She led him towards the hall, where several pictures hung from the wall. Wordlessly, she pointed to a specific image. Shikaku was finding her behavior odd, to say the least. His eyes zeroed in on the picture until they landed on Minato's face. He started for a couple of seconds before his eyes widened a fraction. It makes sense now. All this time I thought the baby had died. Of course, Minato wouldn't have chosen a random kid to hold it. No, he was too noble for that. He would never ask you to do anything he wasn't willing to do himself, said Yoshino in a sad voice. We can't be sure. For the first time in years, Yoshino gave her husband a look that asked him if he was stupid. Shikaku just sighed. Even if he is, there is a reason this information isn't public, and we should act under the pretense that we aren't sure and that it may be a village secret. Yoshino wanted to do the exact opposite, but there wasn't much she could do, so she just nodded for now.